destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
Oh, that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has to call for
What? Stop it!
Weeks and weeks have passed and we have seen the best of the best here in Malaysia and Singapore duke it out to finally get to today, the grand finals of VCT Malaysia Singapore Split 1. I'm Tash, but alongside Yoli, we are your casters for today.
Oh man, this is going to be a fantastic time as well. It is Championship Sunday, Tosh. The wait has been long. 3 weeks of grueling is finally coming to its final conclusion.
Yeah.
The very team that will decide who's going to be walking away with a huge sum of grocery money for themselves.
Grocery.
Oh, hey, groceries are expensive nowadays, Tosh. You know what it is.
The recession is happening, but let's talk a little bit about what has happened so far. So yesterday we had the lower bracket finals where we saw Enigma duke it out with X10. Now, I was telling everyone on Twitter as well as my streams how like my prediction was going to be if I think everyone wants to see an Enigma versus Bleed Part 2. But I had a suspicion that because of the momentum put in by X10, it was going to be a little bit hard for Enigma to follow, and my prediction came true. It was going to be X10 going into the grand finals today.
The thing is, it's like yours was more on a technical, like after analytical, I guess you could say analytical precision thinking.
Precision? I mean, call it a feeling.
Yeah, feeling.
Yeah.
I don't think that's feeling. Like mine is more like feelings because for me, regardless of who's going to the grand finals, we already know. Like, to me, it doesn't matter whether it's Enigma or Bleed, or X10 versus Bleed, or someone else versus Bleed, or either one of the two. I was still going to be fine on who's going to be in the grand finals because that's just how amazing all these teams that we have to win the playoffs. But of course, these are your brackets, and just lay down a little bit, as you guys know, to what was the run like, particularly for X10 in particular. X10 definitely had showcased themselves during the upper bracket where Bleed was able to win against them again. Same repeat of history back in group stages, 2-1 scoreline, bring them all the way back to lower bracket, but that's where they begin the climb.
You know what's really interesting about Bleed? I think like for a lot of people coming into this season, they thought it was going to be a landslide once again like we saw from last year. How Bleed was just so far ahead of everyone compared to the Malaysia-Singapore League.
Yep.
And then suddenly you see EG, X10 come around, and also Louvre, who are just showing up this year in terms of their playstyles, creativity, as well as strats. And suddenly Bleed is kind of like shaking on their throne. It's no longer Bleed with the crown on his head perfectly fine manicure. It's just more of like they had to really toil to get to where they are right now.
And I think it's the best part about it, and it's not just applies to Bleed as well, like even for X10 and the rest of the team, like don't just think of the name in particular, just the players, the roster that they have.
Oh yeah.
They went through grueling training, like really precarious for themselves to really get to this stage. I don't think, the thing is this, right, not many teams can not only go toe-to-toe with the current Bleed, but even win the game against Bleed.
Yeah. I mean, the fact is, like, even like Team Path, where everyone thought of them like, as you know, the lowest at the bottom. The new guys, right? The Sunrise team managed to really give even Bleed or even Toda a run of their money. And these are teams that are from a long time ago, a long legacy in this particular league. Now, coming back to here, I think it's really exciting to think about how all of these players, when we saw them last year, Orgless, still very, I would say, in their infancy when it comes to their playstyle and skill. And now you put them in a team signed to Orgs and playing in a whole different skill level because of their creativity, the hard work, dedication, and we're seeing these players in a whole different level, in a whole different light.
And that's why I feel in particular like this year's Split 1 was particularly more special than the other VCTs that we had before this, because it was a real mashup between the old and the new talents as well. And although some of the new talent was not able to get as far as they can hope for, but they just really showed their mark. And I'm really expecting to see more grow when we get to Split 2. But of course, let's not talk about split. That's way towards in the future.
That's just maybe next month perhaps, but it's a little bit it's not today. Okay, not today, Zork. Let's talk about the grand finals today.
Championships.
The championships. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we've seen from these two teams. Now we had an interview with Legia on Friday, I believe, and we asked them about the addition of Juicy in the team, as well as why Darian decided to step down as the main duelist. So he said the main reason was to future-proof the team. Darian going to national service soon means that they have to have a new dedicated duelist. And number two, Darian is a very adaptable player, aka he can pretty much adapt to any map, any agent, any playstyle. And with him adapting to so many different types of play, he can be very, very creative in how exactly he wants to play it. We saw him on Astra on Split, and he was able to play Astra in a way that is very aggressive and very various different Astras I've seen, and he made it work.
Which is somewhat proves a point to what I was having the interview with Red Court the other day as well, when they actually won on their rounds. When I asked him the question, how important was it for a player to be as flexible or as versatile in the agent pool, and he stated it is very important because sometimes certain scenarios does require certain changes, certain makes a little bit of a twist here. So I guess you could say that his statement somewhat backs up to your statement during the interview.
I mean, technically, if you look at it anyway, I mean, it's very different between then and now, how every agent, every player has their own role. And even sometimes we have a sub to hold a different role to work into the roster on what they want on every map. But now, because a lot of players are very, very flexible, with Darian playing not only controller, he's also playing, Sentinel controller and even a duelist, they can have like a double duelist comp, double Sentinel comp. Yes, it can be very, very, I would say, very interesting on how they want to do it. And because it's so flexible, it's really hard for a lot of teams to really pinpoint what exactly are we going to be expecting from this particular team as we hit into certain maps.
Yes, but at the same time, I feel also when it comes to the teams like Bleed or X10, right? I don't think we're going to be seeing any changes to the competition.
Yeah.
It has already been reset in stone for them in terms of what they're really comfortable with, what they're confident in, and how they really interact towards the map.
Yeah, but for now, let's have a look at this video and see what's going on. Necessarily the most creative, but look at his aggression come through, and Frosty's is immediately punished for it. Oh my god! Crazy guy!
This is still pull true, but quickly as it goes, Juicy finds ahead, make it two!
No way!
A certain point of A side, and then we have the retake. JH with the lockdown, knowing they will push, is ready for whatever comes his way.
To really secure it, and now the plant comes through. It's gonna be planted default, race through smoke. Darian, one each, Darian for two already. Scary gets one,
more than
two,
one.
3, 2, and one more. Beautifully done. 4 for Scary. Beautiful.
Because how he pre-bought the plant is still gonna happen. But here comes
Scary. Ace!
Wow, what an amazing highlight. Just seeing back again on what happened against Enigma. Exactly, chills, man, chills. I'm like, oh my god, the games we actually seen. And I mean, it's not just that, I even have flashback to what their run was like, even in the upper bracket and even the group stages itself. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are your stars. And of course, updated rosters for Bleed Esports here. And of course, you all know what it is. The oldest member, Darian. We spoke about him a lot more as well. And in particular as well, I am really quite a fan of this new roster as well.
Me too.
There is quite the potential they have been bringing.
I mean, like, even like Yes said that this is as close as it gets to his dream roster, honestly, when you think about it. Because I think they've tried so many different kind of combinations. Remember last year, from having 2 EU players come in, and then after that, you know, that rumor about yeah, that was a really funny rumor, honestly. And then, you know, and then now having a full
No one talks about it.
It was a funny rumor. Let's be real here. And then like this whole roster now coming together, instead of a Singapore EU fusion to a full Southeast Asia extra punchy spicy tom yum bowl.
It's a kind of fruit punch that you actually can't
No, not
hate
fruits.
at all.
Come on, tom yum, please.
For tom yum, I guess you could say they're real spicy.
Exactly, that is spicy.
No, but the thing is this one, I am particularly happy for Darian because like he is like the oldest member.
He's the core member.
Literally the backbone for the current Bleed Esports party, right? And the thing is he has his history of run ever since he joined Bleed. He went up against like ace tier 1 teams like Paper Rex at the time. And most of the time when Paper Rex was still around, even in the VCT, everyone thinks that, okay, Bleed is always going to be number 2.
Yes.
Always going to be number 2. Yes, they did went to APAC, but that's because they were allowing the top 2 teams, right? So I believe, like, even from their point of view, it's great an opportunity to go to APAC.
They learned a lot.
Exactly.
Honestly.
But at the same time, it doesn't, like, for, I guess you could say from a competitive point of view, from a person like himself, feeling known as number 2 doesn't feel that great. So now the opportunity for them to be literally top 1. Yes, winning Split 1 doesn't necessarily mean to go international, but it's definitely a start.
Yeah, but speaking of starts, let's talk about our new team here. Not new team, but rather a new roster, the X10.
Steps in. Oh, he's walking in 2 steps. Vera picking up 3. Or what a way to start things off the 4. He's looking for the 8, and he gets it.
Going on to town, but does not try to get one. Thames will find Zoom is pumping the 3, make it 4. The time is ticking, and the defenders there having advantage after advantage. That is going to be the 4th. Honestly, and Ksenia is going to see one more.
They lost idea to Eco, and they played it very well for Eco too. But he pushed out. Eco is 24 to address Eco. Is that Ksenia? The movement is triple. And he will turn that around. Bye. Have a great time. No.
When you look at X10, you think like, wow, this team, a Thai organization investing here in Malaysia and Singapore, what are they thinking? Because as we know, Thailand has always been hailed as one of the strongest ones in the region.
Of course.
And then suddenly pick up Ksenia, Thames, Vera, Fane, Egoist, and you're just like, what? And then suddenly you see them playing like flawless, mechanical clockwork. It's so, I would say, it's so flawless, it's so clean. Every single play they do is so, it's very, I would say, if this is what we want to execute, this is what we're going to go for.
And that's why I think in this grand finals it's going to be really precarious for us to really discuss and really like break it down how the game is actually going to be happening.
Yeah.
Because both, like, even just going up against Bleed Esports, both these teams are very well structured, and it seems like they have almost every protocol, every answer for certain scenarios or certain angles.
I wonder how many pages in their playbook they have, honestly. It's like kind of like sifting. And then you wonder, how different is every single style of play? Is it micro changes, macro changes?
I know, that's why I'm always laughing to myself when, like, if there was an actual LAN tournament, right, and we have like this view of the players walking in alongside with their coaches, I believe like either the IGL or the coach is having like this thick stacks of paper walking to the booth. It's like, wait up guys, I got a lot of notes here. Gotta make way. One in there. But this is what I'm saying, right? Both these teams are so relatively similar to each other, right? Even the fragging abilities is unquestionable between both of these X10 and even Bleed Esports. But there is one thing that X10 has that Bleed doesn't.
What?
Divine intervention.
Wow.
I think so far Neff has been given God-sent opportunity.
It's true.
I dare say Neff was God's chosen at this point.
It's true. Okay, so yesterday, so the other day I was just like asking, like, who exactly is the best breach in this tournament? And Neff stepped up. And remember, I told you from the beginning, from last year till this year, I said I have never seen a better breach than Neff. And it was to the point that it was not only just so oppressive, it was borderline cyberbullying at that point, how aggressive he can be. And the thing is, it's not about just Neff playing as a breach. In general, as an initiator, he is very aggressive, oppressive, and he's also very, very self-sufficient. How many times has Neff really stepped up and won a 1v2, 1v3? How many situations when he's able to hold a site on his own and get those picks before his teams even get onto the site? But there's also another player I really want to highlight here. It's going to be Ksenia, and I'm going to be showing him with Scary. Now, with Scary coming into this particular region, I think a lot of people had a lot of questions, especially during VCT APAC last year, when he was literally the star of the show.
And the best part about it is, like, yes, his ACS is ridiculously high. Like, don't even get me started about how methodical he looks at the map, playing as his role as well. And the thing is, commonly when you see this kind of ACS, you'll be thinking like, okay, that looks like a duelist, right? It seems like a duelist kind of guy. But when you find out, you'll be like, that is crazy. That's insane. But the thing is, yes, Cristiano's ACS may not be as high as Scary.
It's a very different play style between them, honestly. You cannot really let stats really dictate what you see on the screen.
Of course.
Because Scary in a lot of situations, he was the only one on the site holding and anchoring, especially as a Viper. And how exactly he gets his frags is because his mastery of using those utilities and timing his kills right. And every time someone tries to rush into a site when he's alone, he gets 3 frags before his teammates get to site. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, talking about Crisania, it's a very team-based effort where he plays it on his team. He follows what Neff wants. Neff is the IGL.
Of course.
So right now, Neff says, okay, I need you to do this for us. He will put the smoke down, whatever they need, and he will play around them. Only when he needs to step up, then you'll start seeing him shine.
Which is exactly, I couldn't agree with your point even more as well, because Crisania has, especially when he gets his role, he's really dedicated to knowing what his role is actually supposed to be applying to this round. Whether he's going for post plans, but he's going to be smoking out entry and allowing easy entries for his team or supporting his duelist entries. But in the case of Scary, not to say that he's not a team oriented
no,
player
it's just
as well.
the idea on what exactly they want to do in terms of strats.
Exactly, and the best part about it is Scary somewhat understands his team is a very fast-paced and aggressive one that rides on momentum. And he's very quick to adapt to it. But what's even more interesting is that Scary is now going up against the very not team roster, but the very team that he was previously in. Like he was one of the original generation for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that one ITIL. Okay, tell me more.
He was the very first when X10 first started in Thailand.
Right.
He was one of the OGs, the first generation for his lineup, and he stick with them for almost 2 to 3 years before shifting.
That's a long time, actually, when you think about it.
Exactly, and he is, and you know as well, X10 was able to grow and breed one of the best few Valorant FPS so far. So
it's true.
Seeing them to take out our Singaporean players in their rosters, that sort of makes, I guess you could say, proves my point where MYSG, one of the best talents to see.
It's true. I mean, when you think about it, we saw the potential last year when we first casted, and I told you, like, they're very talented. They're just lacking something, and we were just wondering, like, what was it that was lacking? And then suddenly.
That's what an org.
An org, yes. And then this year, we started to see a lot of these big name organizations from India, from Thailand, just really start to invest in this region, which really shows that our potential was not overlooked. It was already there. People were already thinking of coming in. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we can see here. For Scary, I think that for him to see his other teammates in Talent Esports on the big stage, I mean, the rest of his team back in Serbia has already moved on to there, and he's here. I think that would really fuel his hunger, that he wants to go on to the big stage and chase after them and show that he can make it on his own just as much as his teammates. Now, for Bleed, the idea of what they want here is because they've always been a so close yet so far team, and I think they want to really close that gap. They want to make it on the big stage.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And it's somewhat understandable to see, like, the thing is, seeing X10 ban up the split, I guess you could say after playing against them 2 series already from the cruises and the upper bracket, someone gives them a firm idea, okay, maps like this which allows and favors aggressiveness. This is something we really do want to allow them to build up that momentum.
I mean, to be fair, you've seen how exactly Darion as well as Scary can control the map.
Yes.
It's really hard for X10's sort of, like, I would say, momentum or speed to really break into their defenses, especially on attack. And on attack, you know how aggressive they are, especially with Juicy coming onto site. How many times has Juicy still managed to break into so many different defenses? So yeah, the idea of Split going out of the way, great. Now for Ascent, I think the idea is Extend speed, makes it really hard for them to defend, rather just take it off the table.
You know, this is a very interesting thing, right? Now, X10 picking Haven.
Didn't they lose to Enigma on Haven?
No, that's why. Hear me out.
Okay, sorry.
So X10, even during the group stages, has banned Haven demos.
Oh, yeah.
Demos. And then when it came to the group stages, they still banned Haven against Bleed twice for upper bracket and whenever they went head-to-head with each other. So the fact that I'm seeing X10 picking Haven against Bleed again sort of dictates to me that this is going to be their redemption arc. This is the one we're going to show our strat, saying that we are going to be winning this one.
Like, they figured Bleed out. Because honestly, if I remember, Bleed does pretty well on Haven.
Yes.
Now Pearl is already we don't have to talk about Pearl because this is their staple pick. It's always going to be their first pick. It's always going to be Pearl. Now for Fracture, we understand why. I mean, X10 tends to thrive on that map. They did so well yesterday against Enigma as well. But the thing is, we've seen Bleed do pretty well on here too.
Yes.
They did shake a little, but I think that through those, I would say, those mistakes they have gone through during this stage, they probably have learned a lot and have solidified their strats.
And the best part about it, X10 is just the moment when I'm just like, yes, I'm coming back to the momentum, but it's pretty much true. When it comes to the momentum on the final Fracture, I think X10 is by far one of the fastest. I think even
it's true.
And even when they went up against Bleed, they did struggle initially, but eventually they managed to adapt, adjust to accordingly, and I guess you could say accustomed to that pacing and managed to work around it. But then again, it was still a very hard game for them. So saying X10 picking that map for themselves as a confidence pick, that's great. But same goes for Bleed. Bleed so far was able to pick the maps which they are heavily favored. Even the decider is Lotus, but then again, X10 did win against on the map of Lotus.
Oh yeah,
Something
I mean that was only one. Yeah, that was only one time we saw Lotus, and I'm so sad that I didn't get to cast that one because that was a very fun game.
I know, and the thing is, I'm pretty sure like Bleed was just as surprised as well to the fact that the very map that they picked end up being like 13-5?
Yeah, I think that it's always been the thing during VCT lock-in as well. The team that picked Lotus is the one that all but knocked out.
Yeah.
And I think the idea is that a lot of teams have prepared for this map. It's just that they don't want to show everyone that they can actually play on here yet, especially till later. So it's kind of like, oh, okay, who gets... I mean, at first I thought, oh, who learns a new map first is going to be showing their trump card. But now as teams start to understand, especially after what Paper X did during Pearl, they understand like, okay, we have to be prepared for this map too, like it or not.
There is a possibility on that time during the upper bracket when they went up against X10, they actually locking in Lotus first. Was maybe they just really wanted to test the water. They want to see where X10 stand.
Or maybe they wanted to see how far have all the teams really understood the map compared to them. I mean, technically, if they were the first one to learn it, right? Technically, it's a free win.
It's pretty much like a game of chess, right? Sometimes you got to get rid of the pawns, like sacrifice the pawns if you want to take the king here. So, but then again, of course, it was a best of 3. There were some risks because you are somewhat... Yes, if you win it, then it's great. If you don't win it, it's like, you're struggling at that point.
I was going to say that these two teams are playing today are the only two teams that have played all 6 of the maps.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, 7 now.
And let me tell you a fun fact about it. After watching all of their series, like Bleed and X10s, right? Yes, you don't see, it may not be as obvious when they weren't playing against each other, but after seeing their match again in the upper bracket, right, and it just literally my whole suspicion was fully cleared.
What was your suspicion?
Bleed and X10 are insane attackers, but when it comes,
they are.
But when they are defenders in particular, they still they have, especially against each other, against stronger attackers than them. They really still haven't found the proper footing, right? That's why we keep seeing reverse sweep constantly. X10 will win when they're attacking, they'll win the first half on an exceptional scoreline.
Yeah.
And when you get to the second half, that's when things just turn things around.
It's actually quite interesting as well when you think about it. X10 and Bleed are both reverse sweep teams, and you highlighted, and I don't know why it didn't click to me until just now. And it's not really because of how each team is made. I think it's more of like the reset of the mind when the second half happens, right?
Exactly.
Just to kind of pull yourself together and you figure out what's going on. Now, coming into this map as well, the fact that all of these teams, look at X10's win rate on Pearl.
I mean, it is one of their most...
6-2.
Is one of their most picked and one of their most confident.
Exactly. I think Bleed is still picking this map against them.
Yes, no, because Bleed is also just as efficient and professional.
Exactly. I mean, wouldn't you want to take out the best away from them?
Which is why I'm seeing this team in a very new light, because I had expected that maybe that Bleed would be the one to pick Haven, and then Pearl will be selected by X10, but the roles will reverse now.
Right.
So X10, I feel X10 is planning to use Haven as a redemption now, or maybe they managed to find out a way to play around Bleed on that map. And then Pearl will be something where Bleed decided for themselves, okay, this is the part where whether we win whether we win or lose on the map of Haven, Pearl will be the one to reset the whole momentum back for our favor.
I think it's always so interesting when you think about the dynamics of both teams here. I mean, if we look at Enigma yesterday, they are a team that really thrives on control while having Zan go insane. But then you have Extend that is all about speed, fast. But even though they're fast, that control is still there. It's just a fact that we want to be fast, we want to have that control, but in a way that we're able to clear everything quickly, take everything quickly. But for Bleed, it's more of like securing every single area they take, hold it, but still having that aggression to go forward. So in a way, I'm kind of expecting that today's matches will be a little bit faster paced compared to, I believe, 2 days ago, where it was Bleed versus Enigma, where it felt like it was a battle of two very heavy-hitting, unmovable beings.
This is literally it's no longer just a brawl that we're going to be possibly seeing, but in this best of 5, it's literally going to be a straight-up race. Formula F1 style, as they're both trying to outspeed each other.
I'm excited because if you look at the speed that Vera goes to a site and goes on aggression, it's a very, very quick. How fast they put the smoke, how fast they put their recon, immediately the information is relayed and Vera's already on it. As very different to Bleed, who can take their time, really figure out, okay, we're trying to get this information here. How many is going to be on a site? How many rounds do you have to figure out how exactly they're holding? Okay, we figured it out. Suddenly they take so many rounds in a row. That's the Bleed style.
Yeah, exactly. And then and when it comes to Extend as well, right? And when we're talking about just Vera alone, like Vera isn't like, yes, he does have split second thinking in certain scenarios, right? Which I think that's really great. But I think what's really the real core of the whole team really revolves around both Neff and Thames.
It's true.
Because I think these two are the one who has a little bit more of a breathing space, a little bit more space to really think and recollect.
They're
how
the
rounds
ones who set up the plays, who make sure that the site is, okay, we know that this is what's happening, you can go here. And as soon as they say you can go here, Vera just goes crazy.
Exactly, because Vera is pretty much like the hunting hound, you know? They're just like, Vera, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to think too much.
You don't have to use anything. Just close your brain. Let us do the thinking. You just go and shoot people in the head.
Yeah, you just go stick your tick into whatever meat you can grab on, really. And let's be honest, Vera is the kind of hound where once he has his teeth sink into a bone, you don't take that bone away from him.
But we haven't talked about Egoist, honestly, and I really want to talk about him. And I can just safely say that right now, Egoist is the best Sentinel I've seen here in Malaysia, Singapore. Despite the fact that in the interview yesterday, he said he's been out of the scene for a long time. He was actually, in the beginning, if you saw the roster, he was a sub first. And then he was put into the main roster because he was just hitting multi-triple frags. It's almost as scary, honestly. You talk about scary holding a site as a controller all alone. You put this man on a Cypher and he's playing with his cages, he'll get 3 of you before you even hit a site.
Don't even get me started on his lurking abilities as well.
And also his clutch potential.
Exactly.
It's insane.
That's why it's so hard to like really break down between these two teams because they are so structured, relatively similar.
They're so individually skilled.
It's so crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's why I said the only difference between these two teams is just that divine intervention that Neff currently has.
Why do you think it's Neff? Okay, we didn't talk about Crazy Guy as an IGL.
Crazy Guy as an IGL, I think so far has been really giving really clean commands. And the best part about it is because how individually skilled all these players are. We've been talking about it. We've been highlighting a few times over these past few weeks now. Allows Crazy Guy to be really creative in how he actually wanted to decide those call-outs.
Did you know that yesterday he was ranked one of the top 5 fraggers, and all 4 players in there were duelists except for him.
Which is really baffles my mind sometimes, right? And the crazy part about Crazy Guy is the fact that yes, there will be times where he may not be popping off, as of course the limelight will belong to his dedicated duelists and team members. But when the game is really on the line, that's when you see him as the IGL really step up.
And you see him with the Odin, you run away.
Exactly, just run. Crazy is in his name. You run when he has the Odin. You don't think, you don't try to fight it. You just run or succumb to your fate. There's nothing else you can do about it. What can you do?
Yeah, I think that if you look at the dynamics of Bleed, I think in the beginning of the split, we start to see like maybe Darion, Juicy, and JH would maybe go down first. But then you see Juicy and Scary will always be the last 2 people left alive, and then they would do this clutch potentials, these 2v3s, 2v4s, and they secure it. But then we didn't even talk about JH just yet. So JH recently, his lurks have been phenomenal. His timing has been very good. And I have to say that he's a very sneaky player. Sometimes you don't notice him behind dice or inside of dugout or just hiding in a corner. You don't notice it until the very last moment. And by the time you see it, he has probably landed 2 shots into your skulls, and suddenly he's clutched the game. How many times has he able to do that? Honestly, it was very similar to what we expect from Egoist, but less flashy, I believe.
The thing is, I think this really comes to his years and years of experience of him when he was floating around in many teams. He has been floating around before he actually managed to find his... find a resting place sounds like a terrible thing. But when he found his home, his forever home with his current team and Bleed, right? He's been floating around a lot, and he was able to, I guess you could say, play around with various styles and I guess you could say various habits from other team members before actually coming to Bleed. I think even before he actually became in one of the main rosters, he was actually like, as one of those, he was actually just really standing in initially. But during that stand-in, I think something just snapped. Everyone was just
a lot of people learned a lot, especially when you are a stand-in and you are part of a big team. There is a lot to learn. There is a lot to grow from. And I understand, like, for a lot of players, they don't really want to be a stand-in because they do want to compete. But the amount of experience these players get as being a stand-in is huge.
Which is why it's crazy, right? Because like he's been playing with many teams before coming to Bleed, and then when he was a stand-in, then suddenly everyone's like, I'm pretty sure like even some people will get worried, even company owners will get worried when a new guy comes in and it's like, oh, I've been jumping from multiple companies.
Right.
People get worried, right?
Because you're not sure why exactly these reshuffles are happening. Why exactly is he not gelling with this team? But at the end of the day, I mean, we talked about chemistry. I think that this is one of the best chemistries I've seen for Bleed so far. Because when you looked at their roster last year with Pith and Maxi, it felt like it was very separate. And Lenny as well. It felt like all of the 3 players were just so separate. The Singaporean players in one area, and then Pith and Lenny doing their own thing. But now they're moving as a unit, playing together. I'm really liking this dynamic. But now let's talk a little bit about what we can expect from Haven. And the thing is, I'm really excited to see how we're going to be seeing Darian on this Killjoy. I mean, we've seen Darian on Killjoy. I'm kind of disappointed. I really liked him on the Cypher. His Cypher is crazy good. I
mean, yes, it definitely is, and there is a lot of things you can actually really apply with the Cypher. But I guess in this case, Bleed decided to go with the Killjoy. Not only for the not to say that Cypher cannot provide the same intel gathering compared to what Killjoy can do, but just the nanoswarm is just something they're allowed to deny or buy enough time before getting to
or
the
even get those sneaky kills.
Or even the lockdown. There's really
that
great
lockdown
places for lockdown.
So good.
And it's great for both being on the attacking or the defending side. I think it's something they just can't really give up that easily compared to Neural Theft. But then again, with the kit that Cypher brings, oh my god, Fane playing Cypher is absolutely fun. Fane. Cypher was used to be one of his go-tos last time when the first very beginning of Split was still around. So it's great to see him having the hands. But like I said, with the utility that Cypher provides, gives him a lot more lurking potential, visual confirmation.
It's really exciting because both teams are very lurk heavy, and we're gonna see who's gonna lurk who first and who will be lurked anti-lurked, honestly, at this point. I mean, I'm kind of glad that we no longer have the buffed chamber from before because that made lurking very, very difficult, and not many people were lurking because of it. Either they were and it kind of caused the controllers to be lurking because you can hide the trap inside of the smoke. Now that that's no longer in the equation, the lurks get more interesting. It gets more, I would say, more dynamic and more fun depending on the timing. And now we go into our grand finals. First map, X10 and Bleed. Let's see how this is gonna go.
Oh yeah, let's get this going, folks. It's gonna be a really fun game to start things off, Tosh. In terms of weaponry, definitely a couple of frenzy on the hands of both Crazy Guy and Fane.
That's a shield, bro.
With a classic. Ooh.
Yeah, shield and classic. I haven't seen that in a while.
And by the way, fun fact, Vera, Omen.
Crisania as the duelist.
Yeah, man.
I was just talking about him being such an amazing controller, and they really just want to give us a moment of surprise. And speak of surprise, Juicy first hit. I did say hitting him was like being hit by a bat. Juicy all ready for 2. Aggression coming in from Bleed as usual. Very standard entry onto site, clears out Hell, and now the whole site is in their favor. Plant come through by Jay, and the all members of X10 are just going to be playing together for those retakes. Most likely going to be waiting out those smokes. Here we go. come in with the paranoia. Cam just to make sure no one is lurking from behind. Aftershock just to buy some more time, as well as that shock dart takes a lot of damage from them one by one. Still 5, very heavy. Crazy Guy for 3 already. Egoist does train him down. Only one member left alive. They are just running for their lives right now. Clean round from Bleed, showing how aggressive they can go.
Just tell me where they are.
What a really fast. And the thing is, I'm still like baffled the fact that we're seeing like the dedicated smoker, Chrysania, Duelist, Vera. Correct me if I'm wrong. Vera has not touched anything other than the Duelist
And the
agent
Jet
here.
and the Raze, yes.
He has not moved. He had played Neon. He has played Jet.
Okay,
he
you've seen
played
one
all
round.
the Duelists.
What do you think?
One round. Okay, so the thing is, here's the interesting, right? The placement of the smoke did, the placement of the Dark Cloud actually did force out a lot of the defensive utility. Aftershock, Gravity Well, that did bought them a lot of time.
Yeah.
But then but it's still a choke point, a very tight choke point here.
It is.
Bottled down and it literally became a meat grinder for them. So it definitely was still a hard take. But then again, X10, not bad.
How did he do that? Crazy Guy missed wall bang, but gonna miss weave just
What a read!
pushing forward. That's a great read, honestly, from Juicy. Just sprays through already knowing that Vera Juicy, what is on your mind right now? Already for 3. In this situation, finds Fane. I understand that it's a gun deficit, but Tab's all alone. Clean round, and that force buy, at least the rifle from Juicy, is just showing its value.
How can you do this, Jesse? How is that even possible? No, the worst part about it is that read. I don't care whether it was dumb luck or opportunity, coincidence, or just pre-firing.
Managed to see, or?
No, okay, so maybe yes, the first one against when Vera was doing the smoke, yes, we could possibly say coincidence. Pre-firing, don't care. But the last one, Chrysania.
Did he hear footsteps? I didn't hear the footsteps.
Only at the very last second. He turned the minute he jumped, and that opportunity was there for him. That was insane coming from Juicy.
That was, honestly, it really shows his mastery as well as his confidence. We were just talking to Legia, and Legia was like, oh, confidence is something that he might have a problem with. But clearly, them throwing those shots first is not gonna be. Vera does get a tag onto a member. Bleed Crazy Guy chunked down to half HP left. No worries. Juicy for 2. Gonna be moving out of the way. Now they swap weapons, and this is honestly really smart. Playing closer, allowing him to get as aggressive if he can. Darren holding this corner. If Chrysania were to peek, it's going to be a headshot timing. Perhaps not in sight. Nope, no movement just yet. They already pinged it, and they already know where it's going to be. Temps, quietly moving, sends out the guiding light. But with the denial of information, it's really hard for X10 to really pinpoint where exactly they're going to go. Blades are out here. Already activated by Juicy. That's exactly the reason why they were swapping out guns. They have so much access to these orbs. On top of that, they have picks. And because there's no information, smoke's not allowing them to sight. Recon from Crazy Guy can be huge. You can already see immediately they're just gonna rush onto the site. 30 seconds to go. Explosive blade, something that's usually done. 2 HP left, but Juicy does not fear anything at all. And he probably has heard the dash through. Chrysania does find Juicy in the end. 2 HP, very, very easy chunk down. Quietly, waiting for the smoke to go down. But look at the post-plant positioning of Bleed. They have all eyes on the spike. They have every single entry line covered. Crazy Guy playing a little bit in the back with 50 HP. Grinding light come through. The sprays come out. Chrysania as it drops finds JH. Scary trades. Chrysania for 3 already. One member still on main. Gotta pop out that Nano Swarm as Darren just trying to swing for his life. Vera for 3. Clean, very, very clean, and Vera showing that he too can play the smokes.
Oh my lord, that was undeniably the most craziest round that I've been seeing so far. Like, it was so, like, the thing is, okay, so initially, Vera got some really good picks. Did a really good damage ticks on some of the members as well. But then again, they still was able to secure the site regardless without facing any more further resistance. However, Chrysania never missed the tiniest of details and never missed a single opportunity.
You see him jump and then shoot?
Exactly, he just knows. Like before, like he already placed the cloudburst, but when he jumped down midway, he really spotted where Jay was already positioning. Sprayed down and didn't miss an opportunity that Tams provided for him. Absolutely insane. And Vera, he may not be agile, but he still landed those shots regardless.
Yeah, Recon does find someone. Chrysania has to put that cloudburst to get his repositioning. Now, the idea why he pushed out was because he really wanted to farm those orbs, but this aggression from Bleed is not allowing them to do that. How many times have we seen X10 try to push out for those orbs? slowly. Cut noise. Classic Bleed play. By disallowing them or denying them this information, it's so hard for X10 to rotate and play together. B is still very much empty, but they do have at least one utility on there just to make sure that no one is pushing through. You can start to see Crisania get a little bit more restless as he tries to reposition, doesn't want to get hit. But immediately the flash comes through, Crisania has to reposition himself. Everyone moving towards Sewers, Cloudburst is out, but where exactly? Juicy pushes up, Crisania wins it in the end. Egoist gets one more, very aggressive push from Bleed, being punished. JH does find one more. The trade from Temps comes through. Darion gets picked off in the end. The final two members of Bleed still around. Scary and JH. What are you gonna do?
What?
JH. Good read onto Fane, onto Heaven. The flash comes out. Egoist does find JH in the end. And Vera cleans it. Scary. Final man left alive, but cannot get the plant.
Oh man, that was absolutely insane. Like,
look at how excited and happy they look for X10.
Exactly, and the thing is, and the worst part, I think it was really unfortunate as well that they really couldn't get the kill on Crisania earlier. Like the attempt was there. Like, I think if he actually picked up Crisania, the site and the plan will be very smooth for them. But they failed to do that, and Crisania didn't waste that chance again. And I love the fact that they actually started prioritizing, especially for round number 2, prioritizing the defuse or any ultimate orb in Crisania's hand. They wanted to really get that Blade Stone up as much as possible to get that power spike here. And I think, and the best part about it, getting that ultimate early, great for entries, great for retakes, absolutely strong skills.
Speaking of strong skills, it's actually surprising that
Spike drop.
usually for Bleed, their aggression rewards them so much on attack. And it's always such a bulldoze whenever they get to attack first. But this time, I would say the speed coming in terms of rotations, in terms of that information, how they react to it, has been phenomenal for them. And despite them not being able to get onto A side, they still want to go for it again. And this time, Fane is on that. They found the wire, sprays through. Scary responds with a headshot and with a Sheriff on top of that. Juicy Body pushing forward. They have full control of the site. Look at how many smokes there are. And immediately, X10 does answer with the rotates, but they are just going to be taking their time. Choosing to play together. Strength in numbers. Aldrone out just making sure that no one is on Heaven. Does get picked off here, and Crisania forced out of his area on Haven. Vera and his teammate want to try a way through. No clue who is going to come in through B. Rolling Thunder already erupted. They know exactly where JH is at least. And look at that lineup coming in from the top side for the recon. Does get destroyed. Temps not able to push through as well. Crazy guy finds Crisania in the end. Vera does trade through. Alvin Graffiti, the sprays come out. Juicy, strafe come through. Scary gets one more headshot onto Vera as Egoist. Final person left alive. What can he do? Does get the headshot. The swings come out. Is he good for 3? Yes, he is.
But no time.
But there's no time. So unfortunate.
Oh my god. Do you know how expensive that round was? Exceptionally more expensive for X10. Despite, yes, Egoist popping off towards the end, but Bleed, they did a really phenomenal...
They were on eco.
Yeah, they were on eco, but the best part about it, task was that they played around those angles. They played around their perks with the Sheriffs as well. And the best part about it, they didn't fall for any counter utilities. Like, they didn't fall for any initial utilities. Didn't really expand their counter utilities that early. They really waited it out until they finally actually sees bodies. They really bought out the time, run down the clock here. And to make matters even worse, members were being picked off or even choked out here. And the Rolling Thunder was just absolutely nice timing. I think that was really a gracing moment for them.
Honestly, we were just talking about Egoist on the Cypher, right? And then we see Egoist on this breach. A complete reshuffle of their roles. And Egoist is still performing. And I literally just said, oh, Egoist is the best sentinel here in Malaysia, Singapore. And this man pulls out Initiator and still performs. At this point, it's just more of his Egoist and his game sense, Egoist and his skills, Egoist and his pure raw aim.
This is something that we have. This is kind of the composition that we were not expecting.
No.
And we were talking about it just well. Remember we were talking about composition earlier during the pre-show. We were saying that when it comes to Asian composition, not much change. I think they're going to be sticking to what they're comfortable and everything.
We're not going to see any changes. They're just going to not change what's not broken.
Yeah.
But then, surprise.
Hello. X10 decided like, hey man, if something wasn't working initially, I think we better switch things up. What a change.
Yeah, speaking of changes, no changes in the way Bleed wants to play, but this time the smokes are a little bit more deep. It's gonna allow at least Crisania to actually farm those orbs. Regardless, Crazy Guy just waiting for the right spot. Ooh, Scary still gets it. Fane holds on to Garage. Gets a nice little upgrade for himself. It's gonna be Darren going in first. And here comes the Rolling Thunder from Egoist. Gonna just push them off the side. Crazy Guy does find Temps in the end. Wallbang on to JH. And Scary Juicy will push forward. Finds him in the end. Crazy Guy gets one barrel. You're just lining up for the headshots.
Oh my lord, Vera! Yes. Now the thing is, I think this is a lot very comfortable for Vera so far. Like the thing is, he's now no longer put in a spot where he's constantly risking himself, opening up space for his team. Now his team is doing that role for him and making full use of his FPS capabilities. Very comfortable for him to get those nice pickups.
So good. Both teams are just so good, but XN really showing us this is the lineup that they have been preparing for these grand finals. This is the secret sauce, the secret page.
And there was no trailer or teaser about it as well.
Nothing.
They just kept silent. This is the very first time we've been seeing quite a switch out from them.
I'm really liking how flexible they are. We're just talking about how flexible Darion is, but let's talk about the whole team of X10.
They're going to be quite close here.
Yep, here we go. Recon comes through, but nice crossfire Temps for 2 already. And Crisania was just simply the distraction. They still do take it, and Temps for 3. Nice little spray down to come through, and now Scary all alone cannot win this.
Wow. So embarrassing.
I love it. Straight away, the momentum was slowly building up towards them, and they didn't really let that momentum die. They decided, and I guess you could say, after winning those 2 rounds in such a manner, I think gave Crisania and Egoist the confidence to actually really push up so aggressively forward alongside with Temps. How much damage that they really managed to output here. I don't think Bleed actually expected such a frontal assault. Despite, yes, they were on an Eco round. It's a little bit of a different story. I guess X10 didn't want to play around with the advantage that they had. Better weapons than them. But regardless, if they can keep this going, I think they actually can garner points at a steady rate.
They're still fighting for A main and do this over and over again. Look how aggressive Temps is pushing up right now. Scary does find Crisania. Aldrone, I'm not sure. It does spot him out and it gets sprayed through the nebula. And they are finally being punished for playing aggressive. It's a different change of play here from Bleed, but for now, Crazy Guy does spot out the shoulder of Egoist. Flashes out, playing together. Aftershock just buys some more time. We have Scary in the backline just checking to see if anyone will swing out. It's going to be Egoist, and it's a good read, honestly. And now Scary immediately changes his direction, what he wants to see. It's going to be Fane here on the backline with the lurks. Fane does find Scary in the end. Juicy immediately reacting to it. The cage comes through. Wow, Juicy again through the smokes, through the cage. This man does not miss.
What a round.
It is, and now Vera all alone. He can either go to change or he can actually get some exit frags if he wants to. He has a good read. Coming onto C, he does already hear the footsteps. What he doesn't know is there is one person inside of Garage. Quick to move. It's going to be Darren. Quick reposition, but he does get concussed. Does not move at all. Not a single muscle. Paranoia. Not paranoia, rather smokes to deny the plant. But Crazy Guy does find him in the end. He still gets 2.
Oh man, that round was more tighter than it's supposed to be. And the thing is this, right? I guess because remember 2 rounds before this, I was speculating maybe the fact that they were trying to play off like they're having superior weapon, that's why they decided to play aggressively forward. But I guess not, because Temps was doing the exact same thing again. He was absolutely so frontal about it. Unfortunately, the Aldrone was propped, but I love the idea that he had. Try to jump over the Aldrone, try to dodge from pure vision, because if that worked out, that'd be great. Something similar to what we saw in Lock-in Grand Finals, where the Jet jumped over the Cypher tripwire to get them from the back line. But sadly, Aldrone visioning, very massive.
Yeah. Skip that. Blades are up once again. Crazy Guy does spot everyone there. They know where exactly he is. And now the Hunter's Fury comes out. Unfortunately, he does not get a tag. Egoist does get Juicy, though. It's a different story. Bleed trades out. There is the op as well. Have to be careful. And here comes the Cosmic Divide. Doesn't matter whether or not you want to put the lockdown. Scary is here for the hold. They get the plant as well. They are able to just move away from the situation, from the area if they want to. As 2 ults use just to make sure they cannot get into the site. I'm really worried that this might be a win condition for Bleed.
It definitely is. And the reason why they expand all these ultimates because they know for sure this round is going to be a quite terrible one for X-Ten's economy for the next one.
They really need to, and Vera moving forward is a crossfire. Hard to push out. Still, Crisania can't make any miracles here. Just denied by Bleed.
Well utilized of the ultimates as well.
I am really curious what you mentioned about that about the economy just now.
Yeah, because like the thing is this, right? After taking into account of the economy and especially with the lose round bonus as well, they just know for sure that this is the part where we can really cripple them. Yes, they still have enough, but it's not really the most perfect one. Now look at the entire series. 0-150. Yes, Crisania has been doing mad plays, but after buying, he had to drop a gun for his teammate. He does have the Blade Storm though, so he can still actually drop a weapon, but it's not the best of all.
It's still 4 ultimates, but denied by Juicy for 3. Do not peek this man on window. This is his home turf.
Oh, it's so clean, Tosh. So clean.
Oh man, with just Juicy, it's just honestly really good reads at this point, knowing that because they have 4 ultimates, you can already expect the aggression to come through, and they are going to punish it. And I'm really liking the fact that Bleed is already pretty much ready at understanding how exactly the dynamics of X10 work. Now, without this information, where X10 is, and I think with the strength in numbers, they're still respecting X10 enough to take their time and not to rush onto site. But X10, they also have a read. They are very, very suspicious that it's going to be an A-hit attempt. It's going to be for JH. Jumps out, sprays out by Scary, swats it out of the sky like a fly as Jushi gets the 4K.
Oh man, it's so unfortunate. That round was something X10 was hoping to win with whatever they got. That's why the buy was not the best, but they still tried to make things work. You lose one member early, that's okay. It's still redeemable. You still can have the fight. Lose 2 members, that's sad. That's unfortunate. You lose 3, that's the round. There's really nothing you really can do about it in that scenario.
We've seen a 1v4.
Oh yeah, we've seen a 1v4.
But that was a farming line though.
Yeah, it's a farming line. But you see, you lose 3 members, and it hasn't even reached 1 minute and 5 seconds yet.
Instantaneous, and Bleed will do it again.
Oh man,
no information yet. No information, no
intel.
movement. Yeah, and I think I'm really liking the fact that Bleed knows how exactly to cripple X10. With information denial means that X10 has no idea where to move and to rotate, and that's already one info they have. And they know exactly that everyone is going to be A-Link. Juicy pushing forward. They know where exactly Vera is. It's just going to be teleporting away to safety. Juicy already using 2 Cloud Bursts. Fane does find Darren, but it's going to be traded out at least by Scary. Another teleportation out. JH going to go down to Crisania. Scary once again gonna be the bad boy to trade out his teammates. No teammate left behind will be avenged. A teleport from Vera onto the back of site to meet up with his teammate Seekers. Gonna be unacknowledged at all as Egoist does get 1-2 but Crazy Guy for 2 temp saves the day.
Oh man, you know what they say, if you can't overwhelm them with quality, you go with quantity. My God.
I mean, we did talk about the 4 ultimates.
You know, their success was built up on the bodies of their fallen allies, legitly.
Whoa.
No, it's serious. If you notice how well they were positioned, Thames with the Marshal was the one to the back. Vera and everyone else with the revolver, they said, you know what, we'll be your shields. You just go for the pick.
You are the front line and we'll give you your cover and your support.
Wow.
Love it.
But it paid off. Dividends.
It really did. And they already have 2 ultimates up and online here. It's going to be the Rolling Thunder as well as the Neural Theft. Very big ultimates if you ask me. And again, slow pacing. Very similar to what we saw between Bleed and Enigma just 2 days ago. Trying to make sure that they're not able to move off of speed. Immediately going to run onto B. A little bit of a rotate there, or rather U-turn from Juicy. Just because he got tagged by the spy cam. Not allowing his position to be compromised. He has to find a different way onto the site. It was almost a B hit, honestly, but I don't think that B hit would be the best. It's so hard to hold that area.
It was pretty great actually as well, because they forced out a lot of utilities. A lot. More than what they can actually hold.
I mean, all he did was use his dash and that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was very good value, and Vera holding this angle. Ooh, does Juicy suspect this? Is the question. Clears out all the corners. Surprise! Vera still good for 1. Teleports away, but Juicy too fast for him. Fane playing behind the platform. Can he be able to clear it out? Yes, he does. Finds Juicy and immediately sprays through the cage. Teammate is there, guiding light for that flash. Spy cam is up, and Egoist immediately spots out Crazy Guy. Very well done and cleaned up here as Scary. Whoa, Darian good for 2 actually. Him and Darian gonna come into sight. The game is equalized 2 for 2. Rolling Thunder finally used from Egoist Denial to buy time. With only 8 seconds to go, they have to make it onto site. Flash comes out here. Can they get those picks is the question. Sprays out Darian for 3. Can he get the final member alive? No, it's gonna be a clutch. But at least they still survive with 1 more left alive. And Crisania running with his tail between his legs. So little HP left.
Oh my god, you talked about the intel, and now exactly we're seeing it in full run. What happens when you're lacking in that intel? When they saw Vera so push forward, so far forward, they already assume this site is gone. Vera has always been the one that's been handling this site. Fane still sticking out to the back end, and he punished Juicy. He managed to tickle them down. He did die in the end, but time was running out. Yes, I love Bleed trying to go for the fake. Initially, they had a really good fake. They tried to force out utility, which they did. There was no blinding. There was no form of any way for Thames to gain any form of, I guess you could say, intel anymore in that round without the guiding light. It really came down to just either meeting them face-to-face or visual confirmations here. So really well done as Accent just really burned them out of resources and time.
Here we go once again. This is going to be allowing Bleed, at least for Juicy, to get that orb. And the idea for Bleed has always been control off main, get the orb, and then move back. Now, with X10 understanding the aggression that can come from Bleed, they are just going to be taking their time. Denial of information. Some util has been thrown out here, but nothing but a bait. Trying to get more intel, at least out from Bleed, but no movement at all. Scary on the mid side here on B. They know exactly where he is at Gong. There is still the turret, at least on the other side. A little bit of a push there. Nice crossfire. Vera does get 1, but it's going to be a 2 trade from Darian JH. A little bit of deja vu just now as Guiding Light comes out. Pushing into the smoke here. Darian does not miss. Where is the last member is the question. Nope, no more members. I got too excited about myself, but honestly, gun round once again secured by Bleed.
It was really fantastic, especially with the count. There was not much defensive utilities. There's more like just a turret. Yes, the Star Boys came in with the Nebula to try to obscure vision as much as possible, but that's the defense on the side itself. How quick the rotation for the reinforcer. If you notice from members of Bleed Esports, yes, they were positioning themselves around A and C, but they were positioned a little bit more towards near the connector links to really give that really hastened position on the off chance it might be a B push, and it was such a successful retake.
Oh, here comes the recon as well. No recon coming forward. It's not going to be a B hit once again. And I think the idea for X10 has always been go to B, get as much space as possible. We can go to a different side of the side. Immediately to jump through from Scary. Crisania gets 1 more. But Vera, as well as his teammate, we're running both running shorties. The audacity and also the courage, honestly. And Egoist does get new gun. Darian not allowing him to push forward anymore. And that's going to be Phantom straight to his face. It's a nice little force buy, honestly, if you think about it, because it puts so much pressure into the site. They already know that it has already been planted, and Bleed with so much control onto the site. Temps and Vera get 1 more. JH and Crazy Guy will clean up the round. It's gonna be the defuse to come through as Temps. What can you do here? They are just gonna be denying him off the side. Guiding Light can even push through. Still goes down to Crazy Guy. 9 HP left from Temps. Can he get the headshot? That is all he needs, honestly, is the question. It's already been halved! But they get him with a frenzy!
Come here.
Oh my lord, that was so close. Much more closer than it's supposed to be. Yes, a win is still a win, but it's a lot more dicey than I wanted, and I think that also applies to Bleed as well. And the worst part about it as well, Crisania didn't expect that he couldn't kill off Scary. Scary didn't even know Crisania was on top of him until he got hit by the 2 shorties. Because Scary was in a position where he was actually setting up and activating his gravity wells. Shorty hit him. He survives for 3 HP. He turns around, finds Crisania. That was a free picking. Of course, he was eventually picked off. But what a round, really.
It's just speed coming from X10. Go, go, go. We talked about this speed from before. Juicy aggressively pushing forward this time with the op. And we know that he barely ever misses. The question now is who will be peaking first? unless timing is not on his side. Again, it's going to be B, window, and grass is where XN will put all of their attention onto. No movement yet. It's so hard to pinpoint where exactly the other members of XN are when everyone just keeps pushing onto B. Now, the idea for them is, if we hit B, maybe the rotation will be onto B. Is the question. Guiding Light gonna force Juicy at least to play a little bit more safe. And again, no movement. I think the idea is because they kind of figured out that it might be an op holding on in the back line toward Long. Shots out, and Juicy slowly moves away.
But the thing is, they don't know about the existence of the operator just yet, Tosh.
They don't. Might suspect though.
Oh,
He
the
saw
gun, the barrel.
gun barrel. So unfortunate. And immediately gonna aggressively push through. Vera harping up that paranoia. Are they gonna hit? Is the question. Here we go. The explosive push. Immediately Cloudsbursts double onto the side. Krisanya can barely see anything. Gravity Well not doing any favors here, but does clear out the side. Crazy guy. Sneaky. Gets too scary. Gets one more. Juicy with the up, does get a pick onto one side. Egoist playing at the smoke criminal play for 3! There is still Darion to worry about, but where exactly is Darion is the question. With only 7 seconds to go, I think he has his suspicions that it's going to be from Sewers. Immediately going off toward Hell. Darion catches him off guard. Very, very nice save.
Oh, something you can definitely expect for Darion when it comes down to retaking those sides, especially when it comes down to the 1v1 scenario. I do love that actually Eagles was able to understand where Darion possibly might be coming from as well. Even towards the very end, he had this crosshair slowly moving to a better angle and watching towards that shot. Because he understand where everyone was coming from and understand the timing of that route was absolutely everyone should be grouped out there. So the fact that Darion wasn't really even present, he really knows. Okay, he's gonna be coming either from short or from long.
Yeah, I really thought it was gonna be from Link, honestly, because when you think about it, as a sentinel, you just kind of think like, oh, maybe he might be going from that side. That's just why he was trying to move toward Link. At least he could play safer from there as well. Regardless, I don't think safe is the name of the game, at least for X10. Regardless, here we go. The smokes come through. Here's Krisanya playing inside of the area. Bit of a push come through. Krisanya with the judge judging this man. Sprays through, but behind him is Darion. JH as well. JH for 3. Very clean round. Still one more to worry about with only the Bulldog. 4 in the pocket.
Oh, man. He just literally just planted his feet on the ground and was also literally a stationary sentry. Given all a godsend opportunity as well, because there was a lot of smoke covering. But because of that, he somewhat understands like there was not really much entries for them. He had a lot of movement at the same time, was able to pick them off accordingly. Although yes, there were a lot of lives lost in that last round, but I think it was a really great decision coming in from XN. Like, because that A hit has been, yes, they did manage to get the spike planted down, but it was relatively more longer, a lot more harder than it's supposed to be. So they attempted that C. C was great, but the retakes was just wow.
It's true. Just so good how they played. Because of how aggressively they play, even with the smoke, because they play so explosively, it's really hard to really pinpoint. And immediately Krisanya is already on the side with the Seekers. But look at how many utilities are on him. He cannot see anything, cannot even react. But on the side of Bleed, these sort of wormhole lines of smokes and cages just deny them so much space. Scary sees a pick onto Krisanya, and JH already finds 2. Spike goes down a little bit hard, but to play any hero moments here. Flawless round for Bleed as we go toward round number 18.
Now the round starts to feel like it's pretty much tailor-made for Bleed. For Bleed in this case, yeah. Like, to me, when it comes to the utilities for Bleed Esports, when it comes to retaking those rounds, Tosh, it feels like them putting utilities feels like a formality for them. Because like, once they started the utilities, once they put out the necessary smokes, they're like, all right, guys, we need to do what we do best. And let's just go pick up for hit.
Yeah.
Get into the sides, and the best part, all that smoke placement, they really have a firm understanding. Not much entry. There's only literally 2 points which they can push them for. And they just literally locked that down, which is absolutely fun.
I really like the fact that even though they had pretty much kind of divided that map, that area rather, with the cages, with the smokes, the fact is, because they didn't clear out the back of sight, it gave entry or at least space for to Bleed to not only take up that space, but also put their utilities in. It denied them the plant, and because they had already put that util in, it allowed them to push through, knowing the fact that, okay, the aftershock is here, that means no one's going to be in the area, I can push through.
And the best part about it as well is like, since they didn't really have the necessary weaponry to really contest against Bleed in that last round, it was just an opportunity that Bleed didn't want to miss. But I understand this timer as well. Because Cristiano is 1 point away to get that blade, so I think they're going to be prioritizing that ultimate off for him as well, as he will be the main fragger. Fane and Egoist will force buy out the Stingers and the Bulldog just to play around with Cristiano here.
So rough right now being extended. It's just after that round where Bleed just completely crippled their economy. With those ultis, suddenly everything just went downhill. Bleed still hasn't figured out how exactly to break through these defenses from Bleed. You thought attacking from Bleed was already so massively hard to deal with. And now with Bleed, this aggressive sort of defenses as well. They're just getting picked off one by one. Jay playing a little bit back, this time triggered the alarm bot at the same time. They have all the information they need. Fast onto site, 1 minute to go. And immediately Paranoia just buys them some time. Crisania with the crowd burst as well. Just keeps them off the side. The plan does come through eventually. They'll be playing a little bit off toward the back. And they're understanding that we shouldn't be playing too far apart. Yes, there will be someone lurking. But the problem is that particular lockdown is going to give them so much problems as Crazy Guy does pick off one person. Juicy with a shorty gets one. JH and Scary get one more. This lockdown makes it so difficult for them to do anything.
Yeah, and the thing is, they have to contest.
And they can't even break it.
Exactly. The thing is this, if Bleed had maybe just 2 members around when the lockdown came down, then they are fine with actually just staying back a little bit more, wait out the lockdown. But there were still so many bodies for Bleed Esports that were still alive. They had to take that fight out, or at least break down the lockdown. That's why we saw the flank coming in from the connector side. But one thing that's really amazing to Bleed, if you look at the minimap right now, right? They've been doing this literally for the past few rounds now. The reason of success for retakes was only having 2 players on each of the A side and C, and have the majority at B. Or at least on one of the connector. Reinforcement and retakes was so fast for them. Usually you normally notice like maybe 1 or 2 players to reinforce for the retakes initially, but never 4. Never 4.
Never 4. Yeah, I think I'm liking the fact that they can just easily... They have so much access to all the maps and quick rotates at the same time. Now, the idea at the same time for Bleed is this aggressive pushes out. Because they put in all of these smokes, it doesn't allow them to have even access even close toward the site. And now it's going to be slow move toward A. Going to just break out all of those utilities. Unfortunately, one does get popped eventually. They have full control. They are not going to make the mistake of not taking the entire full site. All clear. The smokes not allowing them onto the area. For Bleed, they are very patient. Waits it out. They do hear those shots. They do know at least there's one person inside of hell. And Fane with the timing of the rotates are doing just so good. JH finds Fane in the middle of his neural theft cast. Crazy Guy just waiting to just click out that recon. Is gonna just jump down, sprays through. Quick information use, flashes out in the face. Juicy, Jay get 1 each temps with the hero play, but not enough as Juicy cleans it off. And we're gonna be seeing this 13-6 in the favor of Bleed.
Oh, you think, right? Like, you think, then seriously, I expected a bit of a push and pull, especially when the first half ended it on a 6-6 scoreline. And I told myself, okay, I think we actually might potentially see a scoreline somewhere around like 13-10, 13-11. And I thought that to myself, but then suddenly I see the scoreline now. I'm like, yeah, let it, you think, man, that's on me. That kind of scoreline that's happening here, right?
I mean, the fact that Bleed knows how to take 4 rounds in the beginning, both gun rounds, both, I would say, gun deficit rounds, all in their pockets.
Right.
And throughout this tournament, I believe that in a lot of situations, there are some teams that even lose their bonus.
And the crazy thing about this as well is like how they actually tackle X10 in that second half. They sort of just decided to have this full man stack towards this B side to have the really nice timing to reinforce. And really the best part about it, I felt, was the fact that they actually just kept track of the whole situation.
Yeah, it's just honestly just so good. And how exactly you saw Crazy Guy reacting to his recons, how exactly they react to the nano swarms or even the alarm bots moving on defense was just so good. But on attack, honestly, it felt like they were struggling a little. But the thing about Bleed is that usually on attack, they take a few rounds to really figure out those defenses. And once they do, it's so hard to counter because it takes so many rounds in a row. They're just so flexible with how exactly they want to enter or go to a site. And how many times in a row did they just kind of go and focus on A long?
There's also that confidence, like especially towards the very end when you notice when they kept hitting A towards the very end, like maybe the last 3 or 4 rounds before the conclusion of this map. If you notice that literally Juicy having his line side towards a C long, and the fact that he didn't see utilities or any movement at all. He just told his whole team, guys, quickly just position yourself, not having all full metal towards that A side, but at least those who were stationed towards that B, go towards the connector side because he spot no one. But no one. They have the Killjoy. They had the Killjoy literally to station around towards the mid-main, at least to give at least a little bit of speed, if anyone, it was a B attempt or not. But all that confidence, all that build-up, and especially, I talk about momentum, right?
Yeah, I really think that both teams are very momentum heavy.
Exactly. So momentum among the map is a different story. But the momentum in the moment itself in that map, it was literally on an all-out high.
It's true. It felt like it was like they were really feeling themselves. After that initial round, they were doing very well. They got a few flawlesses. And they're like, okay, guys, we can just play as we are. There's no need for a change. We didn't really... I think the only time we saw timeouts was just once from Bleed after they couldn't really figure out in the first 6 rounds. And that's usually the usual timeout from Bleed anyway, trying to figure out on attack. Now, the fact is 13-6, and it was a back and forth on the first half. On the second half, it was a complete landslide. And I have to say it's more because X10 wasn't able to execute how they wanted to execute. They weren't able to go into B because the idea is you can either go into B, take control of Link, and then either go to A or C because it opens up so much of the map. But because of their aggression was not allowed by Bleed, suddenly it was just all falling apart.
And the thing is, I didn't see the exact same confidence coming in from Chrysania when he was the defender on the defender side in the very first half. First half, you see him like, I guess you can see he wasn't really entering as much as like he is entering during the retakes, but there are most of the time where he's usually doing this body system alongside with somebody, like going for trades. Like his goal was really trying to get a trade back.
They were trying to go for those picks early.
Yeah. Then on the attacking side, you don't see the exact same boldness that you see where Vera would normally deliver as an attacker here. So I guess that's maybe one of the things.
Yeah, but honestly, Bleed Esports are going to see Scary as the MVP. 30% headshot, honestly immaculate with the 302 ACS. The amount of control this man has is crazy. Wow, it's also like, it's scary how he's crazy. Get it. But honestly, if I could give an MVP, I would personally give it to Juicy today because it felt like he was really getting those early picks. It was so immaculate, so clean.
It's not just picks, it's just those objective picks.
Objective picks, yeah. But the thing is, it's not about that. I mean, for me personally, I would say that because he was able to get those picks for the site, it wasn't like him just randomly getting kills. It was the idea that he was able to get those picks to allow them access onto site, those multi-frags. But at the same time, I have to also agree with this because Scary's control of site, Scary's control of, look at how deep he puts in the smokes for defense to allow his teammates to farm orbs.
Correct.
Was also something commendable.
Correct, and then the timing of when he actually utilized the gravity well. It's not like just like when you hear the certain utilities that you utilize the gravity well. No, that was maybe in the very first round.
Yeah.
But after that, once he gets the flow of the thing and understand the timing that they actually went to jump into the site, that's only when he said, okay, I got it down. I got you guys right down. When you guys jump in.
But speaking of jumping in, we're going to be jumping into a quick break. After this, it's going to be map number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. More VCL after this.
Hi guys, I'm from Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports is the Singapore-based organization. Currently, we are competing in the HKMY region. Last year was a bit unlucky to take an international spot. So this year, we are one of the invited team. We're gonna try our best. My name is Ngo Kong Anh. My IGN is Crazy Guy. I'm the in-game leader for Bleed Esports. My role is initiator. Mostly, I will play the information agent. I will help my team to get information, where's the opponent, how they set up, they can find the way to win the round. My first teammate I want to say is Tyler. His IGN is Juicy. He's our duelist and the youngest in the team. Sometimes when you play the game, you will feel like struggle a bit. Like you can't win the round. That's the moment you need a teammate to make a play. He will open like 2-3 kills. Like he will win the round for us and we will have momentum again. The second one is Jay. His IGN is JH. He's our flex player. Whenever we have a new map or new agent, he will always take that. He's like one of the best supporters in this region. Whenever we need a stun, a flash or anything, he will always ready to do it for us. Third player will be Derek. His IGN is Darren. He's our Sentinel. Derek is a last player from Bleed roster last year. But this year, he sacrificed his role. He stepped down from the duelist and played Sentinel for us. And he still play very well. Last player will be Pon. His IGN is SK. His role is controller. He's the one who went to almost all the international tournament. He's the most expensive player in this region. Whenever he's still alive in a clutch situation, I know we are gonna win.
Fun fact about Scary, his English is not the best. So Sometimes it's very funny to talk to him, but we love it.
And I hope we can win because we are the favor and we practice a lot. Practice like almost every day, like 8 hours.
We are the best and the most hardworking.
Okay guys, be ready. Bleed is coming.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
each round? Only one of them's been. Oh my God!
So that was really brutal. They've actually gotten it.
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has the call.
It's been a long wait, but we're back again for another round of the VCL MYSG Split 1. I'm Leonard, and also known as Yoli, and gracing me again on the caster's desk is Tash Bunny herself. Tash, we just saw literally one of the few craziest rounds that we have seen against Bleed Esports and X10 here in the very first map of Haven here. And now we're about to go to map number 2 here, which is Pearl. The Pearl.
The Pearl.
The Pearl.
It's the map that I feel like X10 and Bleed have been doing a tug of war. Now, before we talk about that, you know, we were talking about how this the reshuffle of roles for X10 happened. And as I was scrolling through Twitter during the break, I saw Chrisania had actually tweeted out 20 likes and I will play Julius against Bleed. So it got 45 likes. So clearly he had to do his due diligence for his followers.
That explains a lot of things, but also at the same time, honestly, it's also great to see Chrisania playing the
I think it was scripted, honestly.
No, but let's get to the matter at hand. We're going to the map of Pearl, right?
Right.
The very map which both teams are pretty proficient on. But if you ask me, who has the most proficiency? Who has literally, hands down, the most confidence? I will actually have to give it up to Bleed. I think the way Legia has been explaining about the maps, and I believe, and that's just online when he's talking about it. Can you imagine behind the scene with the rest of the team?
Okay,
practices?
so it's
must be
actually,
insane.
I was gonna say that during the first day of VCT MYSG, I happened to see like actually doing a stream, and he was watching this European League playing on Pearl. He was breaking it down every single part of the game as to how this worked and how this worked. And I asked him, hey, are you prepared for Lotus? He said, no, we're not going to touch Lotus. We are actually prepared for this map in particular. And I was just like, is this foreshadowing? And in every single round Bleed played, they chose Pearl.
Yes, it is like one, I guess you can say one of all the maps.
Like they've perfected it.
Exactly. It's like their home turf.
Yeah.
X10 is currently trying to, like, I guess you could say, conquer grounds here. Because X10 also somewhat claims Pearl is also their own.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you remember, during the first time Bleed and X10 played together...
17-15.
I mean, that was not the first time. That was the second time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the second time. The first time...
I thought you were talking about the upper bracket.
Oh, no. It was the first time during the league stage. It was a complete mowdown from Bleed to X10.
Oh, yeah.
And then they played again, 17-15, very close. Now, because of how close that map was, I think the idea for X10 is that we can actually solidify this. It's just an OT. I like that.
It's not the first. Okay, yes, it's not the first harbor that we have. Like,
no,
we did see like 1 or 2 harbors even during the.
It's not. It's quite rare to see a harbor. Yeah, but we did see harbor before. I believe it was on Friday.
The thing is, he has really good. I guess you could say good composition, especially when it comes to the map of Pearl. Yes, it is somewhat similar to what you will have as a Viper. You have a. Now, I guess you could say both Viper and Harbor are not really proper smokers.
Yeah.
But then again, his kit also somewhat allows it for really great, decent retakes.
It's true.
But do take it to the count as this. They are both teams are playing on their home turfs already.
Yeah.
Very comfortable. I think Bleed's a little bit more confident compared to X10 here. But X10 is coming into this round without Neff. That's the problem here.
Oh yeah, it's
without their original IGL. Thames, I believe Thames will be taking in the role because I remember Thames saying in an interview he will sometimes also give us some call-outs, and I think he has given out decent call-outs, but the majority of the time
Wait, that's what that means. Who's the IGL today?
Thames. I'm assuming it will be Thames today.
Oh, that's fair.
His Neff is not around and Fane is playing in his place.
All right, but speaking of that, as we go into our second map of the day, throwing a shout out to our viewers over at the watch party in Malaysia as well as Singapore. I hope you guys are having a good time as we go into Pearl. It's always so exciting, the fact that after this pandemic, we're having these watch parties where everyone's coming together to support their favorite teams. Now, my question is for you guys, which team do you guys think will be taking Pearl? Because honestly, in my brain, we give the confidence to Bleed, But in this situation, as both teams are very proficient in this map, what do you think?
I actually still got to stand by my statement. I think Bleed is still going to take the map of Pearl because, like, don't get me wrong. X10 has also been playing Pearl until the point of proficiency, but without Neff, I feel it's got to be there are going to be a few changes or a few setbacks here.
Yeah, and speaking of setbacks. A little slow play here from Bleed. This time, immediately Aldrone will be taken out of the way as Crazy Guy will be spearheading the charge onto the site. And look at how far away or how separated the other members of X10 are. Immediately, the high tide goes out, denies any vision to the players. And you have to remember, behind the screen is always where a lot of players have gotten multi-frags. We saw this at X10 before in this particular area. Smokes down. Immediately, the cascade comes through. No push shot yet. A pop flash to come out. Juicy, huge, pushes out. His back here, nothing! Temps does find Darian in the end. Vera with the sprays. Gonna find Juicy. It's a 2-for-1 situation. Spike goes down as the only members left is Scary and JH. They do have the spike. 40 seconds to go. They're running out of time. With Egoist, Fane, and Vera. This is a very, very scary situation to be in as Egoist is the one on the jet, sprays out for Vera, immediately repositions, and Scary for 2. Vera for 3, clean, but not good enough. Vera nearly goes down.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know what it is. When the game's on the line, Vera comes in his prime, and literally when the round really dictates it, when they really needed it, Vera really knows how to step it up to keep them alive. But then again, like you said, almost deaf. I think the utility usage and the cascade was just nicely timed as well. But it really just came down to I guess you could say a really classic brawl fest or a slug fest between the two players.
It felt like the rotations from X10 was a little bit slow. It wasn't because it was slow because they were taking their time. It was because they're not sure if it was going to be an actual hit or not.
Correct. The map is relatively large and there is a little bit of diligence required.
Oh! Here comes the sprays. Egoist. No contact just yet. Just a little bit of a skirmish. Vera holding! Hugely done. Sprays left and right. Swaps just over to the Arcane Sheriff. And we know that is the most broken Sheriff around. As Crazy Guy playing this very nasty corner, 51 HP. He does have the Aldrone as well as 2 shock darts to use if he wants to, but he's not going to be utilizing it just yet. Still holding. More smokes out. Egoist playing a very dangerous game. Does not get a pick, but Vera does find him in the end. Egoist still one more time, wants to get one more pick, and Scary does get one. You can always say that Scary will at least get 1 or 2 per round at least.
It's great, right? They're literally pressuring them pretty hard. Even though, yes, they have the weapon advantage, but they're not really like underestimating them too much as well. So no overextension, just a couple of run and gun, hit and runs, a couple of pick, a couple of pre-firing spray to try to keep them in check, and then eventually they all fall down to their knees, to the might of X10. But here's the real challenge now, Taj. It is the bonus round for Bleed Esports. Now they're fully out with the rifles here. 5 rifles should, in normal cases, would normally overpower the Spectres. If X10 is able to bring those 5 a lot more close contact.
Oh, Egoist, dangerous game! Sprays through, Temps does find 1, Darian finds him in the end! That's 1 rifle out of the way, at least not less damaging. And speak of damage, it's gonna be Vera with aggression, finds Juicy straight in the head. Plant, no worries this time. Molly and Orbital Strike is available for Scary if he wants to. All he has to do is just play for lineups, play post plant here. Has to be careful. They do have JH's utils in the backside just in case someone does decide to go for the lurk. This high tide not giving them any info or any pushes out. Little bit of a seize does get pulled out here. It immediately gets rid of it, and immediately Orbital Strike does come through. Nice little tap just now, just to bait it out. Still a lot of time to work with here, as they are gonna push out. J for 2 already. The Phantom sprays are just so good for this man. 9 HP left. Does have a molly, and the sprays come out, and Scary gets him.
All I can say this is that big pressure, big damage, big plays from the man himself leading the charge. And yes, like I said, since the Spectres and I think he somewhat understood, okay, he really want to try to get those fights really nice. To be the contact player, did try to go for the attempt, but he was just so on point, so aware about that to get those pick off. I'm not sure whether it's a flick because we didn't get to see from his POV, but I can tell you this, those 2 pick-offs was so good. That just gave them the necessary momentum to just get to the side. Good defense though. I managed to get 2 players of bleed, but it was too late. The spikes were implanted. They're already in position for the post plan.
Spike is nowhere close to a site just yet. The only person just now at B was literally just Darion, as well as Crazy Guy, trying to scout out for information. 3 people toward B, as well as Link area, and the area of A is entirely in the hands of Fane. Now look at how many utilities are there at the entry itself. And knowing how Fane will work, very similar to Egoist, I think it might be a quick little push into the area, and the cage is up. Space comes through. He's not able to push up. He's still holding, not making a single noise, hiding away from the Aldor. They do find him in the end, and everyone sprays out. Darion quick to clear out dugout. Melee moves away, moving away from that knife, and Darion playing a very dangerous game through the smoke, and Darion will be rewarded for that play. Vera pushing out all alone. He is trying to make sure to clear flowers at the same time. There is the nanoswarms as well. Darion for 3 already. Darion in his element.
Oh, I love it. Like yes, you mentioned slow, right? Then there's a reason for that as well. They are keeping track on every state of the game, just starting from round number 2 itself. And they understand, like, okay, they're still holding Spectres. Then no one drop for buys, maybe a couple of buys for utilities or some armor resets for themselves. And understanding that when they get to round number 4, usually most of the time it's not usually equal by that. But Bleed understands by economy, since Access has been winning 2 rounds in a row. So they know for sure they still have enough income to buy rifles. So they did take their time with it to see if any form of aggression, which is commonly one of the few common actions being made by Vera, which he did back in round 3. Sorry, round 2.
Oh man, these players. Aldron, Tex. Now, I was talking about it with my viewers last night about what exactly is happening at round number 5 as to why suddenly the aggressive plays come through here, and immediately these plays come out. Juicy! Aggressive and gets away with it. Immediately gets one more. Crazy Guy is there to cover his back if he wants to. Egoist with the shorty to the face. This man will play as close as he wants. As Vera so very low, waiting for the smokes to come down. Juicy might not want to turn your back there. They know exactly. They heard the footsteps already. As Juicy gets one more, gonna dismiss away. A good reposition to find Egoist and get a day. And Egoist stuck in this corner in halls. Where exactly are you gonna go? To the right, you have 2 members. A bot and a turret at the same time, and JH knowing when to swing on contact.
He was a trap prey. There was nowhere else in the run. And Bleed, they want the win. They want that objective, so they just play covering, do a couple of jiggle picks to see if an opportunity does come about, and eventually Egoist will fall. He does have the Blade Storm, and of course, since it was the lose round bonus, they still have enough to go for the buy, and of course, an operator is going to be in the hands of Egoist. He's going to be, and surprisingly enough, he's still going to be stationed towards that B side. I guess I was thinking, wow, operator in the middle area? Like, wow.
That's pretty cool, though. I mean, we've seen a double door operator before. We've seen that happen. We have one near Art as well. It's very OP.
High risk.
It's high risk. And speaking of high risk, this is a very deep push. We've seen this before. Vera with the first pick there onto Darion. I think this might be another pick onto this area. I don't think they even know. Nope. It's going to be a quick change. Because the idea is they have no clue where Egoist is. They know where Darion fell. So at least I can actually I have an idea that perhaps going into B might not be the safe play. And because Egoist has pushed all the way down B, they know they're not there at all.
Definitely. It's just especially like during the initial phase where Darren fell to the middle, they actually decided to walk through spawn just to get that confirmation so they don't get flanked from the backside or choked out. But now they got confirmation that, okay, we got control of the yard again. Let's try to go for the shot. But what a read coming in from Chrysania to set things up for them.
Have the orb as well for Crazy Guy. It's going to give him at least one more kill to get him that Hunter's Fury. It's going to be perfect to clear sight, to play post plant. As the high tide goes down, Chrysania holding the line. And Juicy's read again never failed. Gets the overheal at the same time. Rush through. This explosive play might be a little bit too much for X10 to play. Immediately spots out Fane. Knows there's one person inside of Flowers. These smokes come through. Fane for 2. Scary does find Vera in the end. A pop flash from Temps just to give a little bit of value. Crazy Guy does find Fane. Crazy Guy for 2 already. Egoist, last person left alive. Anyone gonna be pushing out to him from Flowers? No, that's gonna happen. Blades come out. It's a 1 versus 2. She finds Scary in the end. Have to find Crazy Guy, and Egoist saves the day.
Oh man, that round. Making use of the opportunity as well that was given to him. What a round coming from Egoist. A lot more closer than it was supposed to be. And I guess it really I guess you could say I tipped my hat towards Fane as well to really did the initial damage. Getting 2 pickups despite the disparity of being surrounded by necessary utility and all damage all around. He still was able to get 2 crucial picks, objective kills in this case, allowing it, I guess you could say, really pepper them down enough for Egoist to go for the pickups. But of course, in a 1v2 clutch, Egoist really pulled through.
I think the idea was because of the angling of him coming in from Flowers, gave him a lot of value, and they planted it for there.
Yep.
Maybe they might think that he might be coming in from main. Regardless, Egoist this time playing a little bit more back this time, no longer pushing forward. And just now I felt like they got a lot of value from that slow push out. All the information they need just from that Aldrone does get the pick on to Temps, so Temps has to move away. They don't know that there is an Egoist hiding in halls now. They do though. Thankfully, no one tagged by that Op, and Juicy suppressed, not able to use his Leer. Gonna give up that space for the time being, and the Haunt as well is just so oppressive. And this use of utility is so very, very aggressive.
I look at Fane as well though. Constantly keeping them at bay at the back line. Although yes, there is still enough time, a little bit time for them to go for the rotate, but they are going to be committed for this. Attacker's high lockdown, but it comes up to Fane if he can get this pick up from the back.
Oh, lockdown comes through, immediately using the cloud burst to get onto the site as well. Fane just fine. Crazy Guy has to move away, detained Egoist. His teammates are there, close. Have full control of the area. Gonna just wall bang that. Temps and Crisania 1 each. But they are going to be barbecued. 2 health, pushed out onto the site. All they have to do is just push through. The smoke Scary gets 1 more. And Fade finds Scary in the end. In their day, Darion, 1 versus 2, playing in halls. They know exactly where he is, but with the Op, you know what? Jump through with the short. He can't do much. I was just listening to Cove. I mean, the Cove, you can break it, but I guess it might take a little bit too much time.
And the best part about it, like, in that scenario, Crisania doesn't want to play around the smoke. He said, this is my own bubble. This is my safety bubble. I would not run from it. He just stood there. And whereas Darren was thinking like, okay, maybe I could jiggle pick with it, but that ended up backfiring on him since Crisania decided to just stay in there and was able to spot him out first. But biggest thing I think was the fact that Fane was able to go a really nice lurking potential all the way to the back line. And I think because he did an earlier push, overextending himself, passed through main, he got so much intel, just told the rest of the team, there's no way they're going to be coming back to A side. He was already at their spawn, by the way.
Yeah, he pushed out. I like the fact that for X10, they're very proactive in getting that information. They can go aggressive, but not aggressive enough that they get punished for it.
Yeah.
I mean, we did see punishments earlier, but then a nice, I would say, readjustment from them.
Correct.
Really, it changes the tempo of how they played. And look at how many people they are. B only in the backside. Then they're focusing more of their attention onto Link and mid.
Body their time, trying to find that opportunity as well. Still playing defense because so much aggression that was being delivered by X10 itself. But looks like the fire's about to come down as we know his conclusion.
Vera in the corner, an off angle.
Oh!
Get 2. So well done. A seize as well just to buy time. Millie Fane holding this area, already suspecting a lone JH. And this is a game of picks for X10, and they're winning it in terms of numbers. Crazy Guy waiting for the tide to go down, sprays through, no one there, but surprise, surprise, Crisania had moved away, but Crazy Guy a bit faster at first contact, already knowing that it's going to be Vera on the other side. Is Vera going to push is the question. No pushes just yet. They are going to be hearing the util thrown out. Immediately a pop of the Op from Egoist gives them all the information they need. They heard the footsteps coming through here. Scary, unfortunately, didn't manage to get a pick. Crazy Guy is over from the other side, pincering 2 different areas. 3K for Crazy Guy already. With only 5 seconds to go, they have to rush. Egoist just waiting inside the smoke. He just throw it out, immediately sprays, and Crazy Guy punishes him for not hitting that shot. Only Temps, last man standing. What are you going to be doing? Are you going to go for a long rotate? Are you going to be saving is the question. Looks like he's going to be coming in from Art. Gets a little upgrade with the weapon. No clue if the other members of Bleed did hear, but they are actively moving on the site. These smokes not doing him any favors at all. Both of them pinging the area. A flash to come out and immediately ace from Crazy Guy.
What? That round was just solely Crazy Guy. He just took that stage and he owned it, that round himself. The thing is, the fact that you lose 2 members early, that's bad already. And then following up, you lose the 3rd, not soon, not long after. But in the end, Crazy Guy took these fights in a 1v1 scenario. Despite being in a 2v4 situation, he made those fights into so viable. Normally by numbers, by math task, it should have been X10.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I thought that they had it in the bag. It was such a great start from them in terms of getting those picks early. And this time Bleed going for a quick one. Lear through immediately onto the side. Farah punishes him. Egoist as well. Here comes the Nightfall. Recon gonna find someone at least, but JH, despite the non-sounds, he can still use it. Swarm Grenade as well to move them away. Harbor with the Reckoning, just making it so hard for them to position themselves. Scary for 2 already, trying to go for those plants, waiting for the Reckoning to just move out. No one gets tagged by it. But again, Crazy Guy finds Crisania in the end. Are we gonna be seeing another insane play? Yes, we are. As we go to a 4-5.
You know, okay, I'm not going to talk about the picks anymore, right? Because in that round, the picks only happened because of the really well counter utilities being made by Jay. I don't know how many times that Nanoswarm really melted them down. And best time, he actually used it, he actually counter utility nicely right after Crisania's ultimate as well. Already anticipating a push forward. Like Vera just tanked so much. He came out of that bubble, of that Sky Smoke with 10 HP. And with Spectres and Phantoms in hand, there's no way he's going to survive that long.
And right now I can see that 2 members, Fane and Vera, only half HPs left. And again, it's going to be a B-long fight for this area. And here comes the Hunter's Crew, just clear it out. Egoist, Juicy will trade out at least, avenges his teammate. No other tags.
Wait.
Again.
Oh, okay, I thought that was
the
a blind
Cascade comes through. Another Recon does not tag anyone. Empress popped. Lear as well, just to give a little bit of space for him to move through. Haunt does find him in the end, sprays out. JH Crisania for 2 alongside Thames. The spray down is just too much as Fane gets 1 more. The start was good, but X10 takes the end.
Oh, Crisania, just exactly like on the first map of Haven when they wanted to defend the side. He never misses an opportunity to go for that swing. And he definitely, and you know when he goes for that swing, he always aims for a home run. And that was exactly what went down. We're currently like just 2 more rounds before the round switch as well, Tosh. And look, in terms of economy, it has been a little bit of a push back and pull, not really one having an edge or like a major edge over the other. I mean, at one point we see X10 try to secure the deal, and Bleed also does the same thing. But individual skill play just suddenly pop up. I think something like what Crazy Guy or Vera
because everyone is just so scattered.
Exactly.
It's hard to do anything. The utils are just too much from both teams. Wow, immediately.
Oh, that timing.
The timing was just on Juicy's side, honestly. And immediately you have another one. Pop Flash coming in from Thames. Flashes out Lear as well. And the drive-by from Darion, a little bit too much to handle. Juicy and him take the site. I'm really liking the double duelist comp. It's just really showing his power here. Immediately, Ego is coming in from the mid side. B, look at that. Complete control of Halls as well as Link. Now the idea for them is, are we going to punish them for an overhit is the question. The Lear, no push out from Darion. Understanding the depth, that amount they can go, and Darion does go down, but Juicy trades out. Very good double swing coming in from the 2. Juicy already 4-3. Still waiting. Egoist once again, the final person left alive. The sprays are too much. Klaus Burt's not in anyone's favor here. Can he at least get 1 is the question. Recon does find him in the end. Could go for the save. Does get tagged with 4 people staring right at him. He still gets Scary. Not enough to get JH.
My ultimate is ready.
Okay, now remember what I talked about momentum in the moment? This is what I'm talking about. The fast few round, especially that one round where Crazy Guy got that ace. That's when you see the double duelists just ran right through. After getting that first pick, the hype starts piling up. And the best part about this is Darren didn't have a Vandal, he had a Phantom instead. That allows him to just run and gun more easier compared to what you have as a Vandal. Despite being part flash, he doesn't care. Because I say, hey, at most he can only take out 1 of us.
Yeah, and I think that's the idea. That you see the dynamic between him and Juicy. Lear out, and then he just sprays out at the same time. Despite the fact that was the pop flash. And Darren again with the blades, aggressive plays coming through here. He's going to go for the push. And this time around, you can see Fane playing a little bit more deep inside. Recon immediately gonna be gotten rid of. High tide up immediately, and the lockdown comes through. They have been farming these orbs for Darion, for JH at the same time. And just gonna buy some time with the fragment. And the Nanostorm clears up all the areas. Attempts will pop the Null command. No utilities can be used here for the post plant. Plant is out. Sprays come through here. Having to rely on pure gun aim is very, very scary. Darion does show his gunplay. Fane does trade out Juicy for 2 already. Finds Grisanya, but Grisanya will be the one to pop his head. Cascade comes out. Gonna be throwing a pop flash. They do pop out the nano swap just to buy some time. Molly for the plays. Thames pushes out, punishes Crazy Guy for peeking with only 5 HP in his hand. What can you do? Still JH, very much alive. Orbital Strike is there just to buy more and more and more time. Neural Theft just gives out all the area they need. They not even at half, and they are just spraying. It's not
No way.
for long.
Shirley.
Bros, don't
Shirley.
fake! Bros,
No
don't
way.
fake!
Proximity to death really
Taj, when Ksania is dead set on something, you are damn sure he's gonna stick to it. Oh my god. The man was on a mission and he saw that mission through. Never did I expect that he would actually stick it all the way.
Oh man, that high tide was just so good. And on top of that, where the spike was planted makes it so hard to spam from long.
And the worst part about it as well, because it's that confidence, right? You'd be thinking like, okay, we plan for long, we have the angles, right? But the thing is, it's because and I guess also at the same time they suspected it could be a fake. He might try to swing past the high tide, but because he was so close to the high tide, he can also hear any audio because any running as well. So when he didn't hear anything and just see sprays, he's like, this is ours, guys.
Yeah, he did.
Oh
man, that what a lineup. What a lineup. Chunks out 50 HP of his, already more than 50 actually, including his shields. Ouch, that was a really good one.
That's a friendly greeting.
He'll learn his lineups, man. It's so good. Immediately the sprays out, there's just the movement onto the side. Ego is with the sprays onto Darren. Finds him behind screens immediately. They do get the plant this time.
Spike planted.
And Crazy Guy has to move back. They do get tagged there by the mark. And Crazy Guy will push out. It's a little bit hard playing those retakes. They do have one more person watching the backside. It is going to be Crisanya. They do spot on Juicy. Vera already finding Scary. JH does find one more. Vera, so very low. Puts on the turret just for a little bit of space. Juicy coming from the other side. And JH doesn't even need support from his teammate. A right click to face is all they need as Crisanya goes down in the end. 6-6, 6-7.
You know, in the worst part, we're talking about Reyna, like Reyna in the hands of Juicy, literally became the most tankiest player in the entire pistol round.
I was trying to tell people that. I said that Juicy on Reyna feels like him walking onto the side and just smacking you in the face with a bat. But no one believes me.
Yeah, like he just smashes the entire board. I think he's been smashing X10's table so far for the past few rounds now. But that's the beauty about it, right? If Juicy is not there or Darren is not there, the rest of the team is able to deliver in their place, right? And I think that's one of the few beautiful things that Bleed has for themselves. And I think same goes for X10. Like I did mention that Neff not being here may be a little bit of a detrimental thing for X10, but I think Fane has been an exceptional player so far.
Oh, Fane really showing up today. Just really showing why exactly he is playing in the grand finals. And speaking of that, Darian JH, one pick each so early. Full control of the area of art.
What?
Sprays through, hits up Vera and Darian with the Marshall. No one pushing through. They do know he is there, at least somewhere. JH with the swift read onto the other side. Probably saw his little leg in the corner. They do spec one more. It's going to be Fane all alone playing toward Link. Easy work from Crazy Guy. And look how aggressive and how much control of space Bleed has.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
I'm just thinking, right? Like, the amount of practices they have.
Like drills?
Yeah, the amount of drills. Like I don't know how many times like Leah guy's probably yelling like, "You're supposed to go there!" No, but that's what I'm saying, right? Because just seeing their defense so far, okay, I get it. Pistol round, understandable. It's a little bit of a slugfest.
Yeah.
But now there's the rifle one. I'm really excited to see how Bleed is gonna tackle this one. Because they are going up against the bonus round, full rifles.
I mean, the idea that the read here is that because they are having rifles, they do have the gun advantage. Cascade will give them a lot of space to at least take that space from long. The Haunt will just clear up the other side. They're just waiting it out right now. Unfortunately, does not get the hit. Darren moves away. The reposition to come through. This Crazy Guy immediately gonna get rid of that knife cage as well, just to take care of the other side. Egoist is just sprayed through and punished. Headshot by Darion. This Crazy Guy from the other side gets the Aldron tag. Fane does find Juicy in the end. JH will trade out, finds Fane. A nice little shot from the Bulldog from JH. They hear the tap. It's only Vera. Vera gets one more. Molly just to move him out of the way. Seize is on him. But are they gonna stop? Pros don't fake. Vera knows this. It is his playbook. Vera for 4 saves the day. What a clutch.
Oh, man. That was something unexpected. 1v3 clutch. Vera, of course, still stands strong. And I love the thing about it. Like, Bleed had a really good retake. Like, completely annihilated it.
I thought they had it in the bag.
I also thought they had it in the bag. Even the Molly tried to push him out of cover, but he still got enough of a spacing for him to play around with. Maybe if that Sky Smoke lasted just maybe a second longer, it would have been Bleed's defuse already. Oh, Vera.
But the fact that he was able to isolate the left and right.
No, because the pressure was on, right?
Yeah.
Spike was the goal for Bleed.
Yeah.
Vera was just looking for head or buy time.
Yeah.
And everything was just, all the cards was played well for him.
Yeah, speaking of that, Darion again has to move out of the way despite the fact that he has the operator. Respecting that, is JH gonna go down first? He hasn't done a single shot yet. Not sure if they actually spotted out that op. Regardless, one Prowler does spot out Crazy Guy on the other side immediately. Fine!
Oh!
Darion. It's gonna be Darion that goes down to Vera. Vera playing out of his mind right now. Egoist just takes that damage from the fragment. Does not care. Wants to take up space. That's his objective to spray through from Crazy Guy. Both of them spraying in the dark. No clue where they are. Gives us smokes and mirrors. And for this time, I think it's best for Bleed to just take time to save.
Yep.
They got the op from Darren as well.
Of course. And the thing is they won't get the lose round bonus. Bleed won't get the lose round bonus after this as well, so that's why they chose to go for the saves. Won't be taking any necessary risk at the moment. And the fact remains is that they also understand the X10s. After what Vera just did the last round, now that doubt starts growing inside their heads right now. So they decide to respect Vera and the rest of the squad. It's such a good defense. And the fight against the high tide and yeah, literally fighting against the high tide is definitely not something advisable. Not with the squad that they have left.
Yeah. What to say, last night I had a 34-round OT for my game. We're going to be seeing that today because we didn't see an OT for this map.
That's true.
Just the other day.
17-15,
yeah.
the scoreline.
Not as bad as mine, but anyways, it can be. I mean, we've seen Bleed play these OTs during VCT LCQ last year, and we know that Bleed is a type of team that has really long stamina. The longer you play, the stronger they are. And we had an interview with Vera the other day, and he said that he was just tired.
Oh.
So
I mean, of course, he's exhausted. He's been taking a lot of high-risk positioning, but this time now he's a lot more relaxed.
He is more relaxed, but the question is how many rounds in a row can he go? How many OTs can X10 go? Because we've seen Bleed do it, haven't really seen it from X10.
Which is why I was telling you, right? Like, it's a lot more comfortable for Vera since he's not the duelist now.
Oh yeah.
He's a lot more, his role is a lot more focused on just setting up for his team. But then once all utility is out and his role is done, he goes back to what he usually does best, and that's just
popping heads.
Yeah, popping heads, yeah. Popping cans, popping heads. He can do all kinds of pop.
Yeah, speaking of popping, no popping just yet. Quick denial of information. And this is the classic X10 play. Bleed play as well, honestly. And immediately burst onto the side. Egoist last time was punished for it. This time around, he has not been. The denial of information and just buying time is just so huge. The spray come out. Juicy does fight Krisanya and yeah, denying that plant. Op shot. Gonna be safely done. The tag from the Aldrone gives them all the information they need. They do have the lockdown at the same time. Gives them so much space for that retake. Regardless, Juicy not letting anyone come through sight, whether it be from Link or even main. Shot through to Crazy Guy. Takes a little bit of damage, not enough to take him down. No detainment. Egoist playing inside of Darion's Cloud Burst here. There is a little bit of aggression coming through as Temps gets one. Juicy does get one more. 3 already. Make it 4. Are we going to be seeing our second ace of the day is the question. No pushes out just yet. Have to play together. That tripwire, not giving any value, but does give Juicy the ace. Second ace of the day.
Oh my god.
And the same map.
Same map, same team, different members. Not surprised at all. But let me tell you something, how crazy that round was, right? After playing a few rounds on the defense side, Bleed just decided to just give up the entire area. Like no one's gonna be playing around the back of side, no one's gonna be like trying to counter utilities or anything. Everyone play at the very side, let them expand as much utility as possible and just wait it out. And the best part, although yes, we didn't get to see the POV from Bleed's point of view, they had all the crosshairs from the necessary angles. That's why you see like simple pickoff, already knowing where they're gonna be landing, where they're gonna be getting. Really well done stuff coming from Bleed.
Oh, Juicy. Can start seeing this confidence from Juicy come back. See how aggressive he is. How he's playing so deep inside of this Link. Making sure to watch Link, making sure to hear all the sounds he hears from double doors. There's enough information for them to work with, honestly.
Look at that. There's even more confidence in the fact that for Darian, spotting nobody with the operator. So that's why everyone's already positioned towards that A. It's like, all right, it's definitely going to be mid to A. Or either way, it's going to be revolving around this two section. That's why having two members playing around that mid just to give it that form of security.
It's a nice crossfire too when you think about it. And the Owl Drone also does give them the position. Spots out one person, spots out enough. At least they know there's at least two. Even a destroyal of that Owl Drone gives them all the information they need.
Oh, Hawk.
Slow and steady. They find a way to get the site here. Gonna choose to go from long, and Darren has not moved at all. Because they know that there was someone at double doors, the idea is might be going toward B. And you can see he already activated his dash. He knows that it's about to happen. There's a little corner to work with. He has to just dash away before that knife hits him. And it's a so very good high tide, not giving that space to play that off at all. The suppression comes through, and Juicy will be just pushing forward. He's eating a lot of damage from the utils. Crazy Guy does get one more. Ego is for two already. That Haunt and the Nightfall gives so much value. Champ's already pushing out toward the Link side. Towards CT rather, from the top side here. Darren with the op, finds Temps. Kusanya finds JH. Darren for one more. The blades are activated. Not going too aggressive here. Egoist gets 3. And they punish him for it. 1 HP left.
Yeah, 1 HP, but I think it wouldn't matter because Fein and Egoist was positioned away with a crossfire, so they were able to somewhat support each other. It would be a little bit of a different story if Egoist got the knife earlier before he actually dashed forward, then it actually will bring down to the 1v1. But since he was not given an opportunity, he had to take that risk, and unfortunately the risk didn't really pay dividends for his side. But wow, Tosh, poor
Tug of war.
And no one was able to get like a massive edge on each other, even in terms of economy.
Yeah, it's just been so close as well every single round. Everyone will have 2 to 4 picks every single time. Regardless, aggressive fires, pre-fires come through here as Crazy Guy immediately reacting to this high tide. You can already tell that, sorry, the cascade. This cascade is technically already the teller, or rather the stage setter, the curtain caller to know that they are coming to push onto the site itself. Haunt comes through, Reckoning as well, just to buy all the space in the world. And that recon, beautiful, catches everyone. But Vera still gets Darion in the end. A good little crouch just to give him a little bit more of a reposition. Cove as well to give them that space. Kusanya from the backside protects his teammate. And now the neural theft is not allowing any space or any movement from Bleed because it's a double dink from that ult.
Cascade has been providing them such a massive opportunity.
Space taken already for Belong.
Because the thing is, like, the biggest challenges of Belong has always been either try to smoke out the operator or at least try to allow them to actually the attacker to get as close as possible to the site without having to utilize as much utilities. With the Cascade, it allows them to get really nice, comfortable positioning, allow them to really preset their smokes better.
Preset, pre-fire is the question. As Juicy, that is a micro pixel that he managed to see, but Crazy Guy does trade in the end, and Fein goes down to the spike. Wow. Wow, Vera, a little bit too aggressive, huh?
No, and the thing is this, he has to do it, right? And this is the time where, because if we're talking about still the earlier stage of the second half, it's still fine, but now we're slowly reaching its very conclusion here. And sometimes certain plays must be made, and there's not much utilities being used. Like, he already expended all he has, and he's already done his role. Like I said, once he has nothing else to do, Just
back to popping heads.
Exactly.
And speaking of popping, look at how you mentioned the tug of war. Up,
Back
down,
and forth.
up. It's been back and forth. 2 rounds, 2 rounds, 1 round, 2 round. It's just so very close for this team. And a lot of situations as well. We've seen the only team that really has been utilizing the save method was Bleed with only 3 guns left. I think it's honestly a smart idea to really prepare for the next round. Bring your as many guns as possible. You might not win the war. Sorry, you're not win the battle, but you can win the war. With Juicy holding up this area, he does not miss with the Sheriff, and Zerang does get the headshot. Beautifully done. They don't know that Juicy is there, but now they do. It's not Juicy. Their Brimstone is there. Scary. So it's Scary putting in those deep smokes, and immediately X10 will move away. Rushing straight toward B. There is Crazy Guy in that area. Just slowly moving around. Those shots give him all the information that he needs. Let's get a tag onto the Alt drone. Immediately, here comes the high tide. Fane does find JH in the end. Quick rush to the site. The sprays come through. Unfortunately, does not get any hits. Gets flushed away from that area. Immediately breaks down that cove. And finally gets Temps and Egoist at the same time. 15 HP left and Scary again. Crazy Guy for 2 and Crisania as well. Scary, very low, Juicy as well. Understanding the fact that both are in heaven. And immediately, they're going to be using the Orbital Strike. Unfortunately for Juicy, or fortunately for Juicy, Crisania had to reload.
And it was a round which they were... Okay, they were literally have not the best of buys. No rifles. They came in, and saw and stole it all from X10 here. Oh, and it was so unfortunate as well because they really hammered that wall, which they commonly been using to plant that spike.
Honestly, let's talk a little bit about how some teams seem to excel on the Sheriffs.
No, this is why I like to call it, right? It's like it happens to the best of teams, even on the global scale, right? Like where there will be rounds where the rifles I guess you can say the rifle goddess would not favor the rifle users in these eco rounds, apparently.
Yeah.
It has not been fair for some teams. Like, I know some team, like even Shinsei, right?
Yeah.
Back in Lock-In. Many times against Loud, when Loud goes on the eco round, it has never favored them.
It's true. I mean, when you look at players like Ye, Aspas, they seem to do so much better on those shares. And we talk about, and I think I heard the casters talk about it, about how sometimes it's just pure raw aim that you need, getting that first shot. And we saw that so many times from Darion and Juicy, even in this gun deficit situations.
And the thing is, it's just that much confidence because you know for sure there is no other angle besides that one area.
Yeah.
And just a little bit displacement of a pixel displacement is enough for them to know you're not supposed to be there.
You're not supposed to be there, and we're checking you out. We've seen these insane reactions come through from both teams. Same playbook, same play. Once again, the question is whether or not Bleed will be able to solidify it this time. No access from the side of Halls. They really take that orb. They have been loving the fact that they can farm that as much as they can. Because Vera, how many times has he used his ultimate? Many times.
And it's a must. It is a must as well. He's confident he can recycle back the ultimate as well.
Yeah, and Egoist already taking Halls. Egoist has been doing a phenomenal job just playing aggressively, pushing onto Halls, taking out that space. Hunter's Fury is out at the same time from Crazy Guy just to deny entry. Does get a little bit of a tag onto Temps. Unfortunately, no kills. Yep, 2 tags rather. And immediately Fane takes that damage. The Cove does go down, but there are going to be smokes at least. This time, the plant is not for long. Juicy playing very close to Judge. Not able to do much work here as Darion, Juicy, and JH make quick work of X10.
Oh, they really just blitzkrieg their way
What
into the
changed this round?
Yeah, what changed? Hunter's Fury. 3 people. Tags 3 people. And literally all it came down was just run and gun. Yes, there was a couple of shorties, a couple of shots. Great for close call. Egoist tried to do his best. But in the face of rifle, especially once he's updrafted, oh, that's like easy targets for them.
Yeah, when you're updrafted, it's like swatting a fly from the sky, honestly.
Oh, man. And now we're literally 1 point away before match point here as well. And it seems like X10 decided to just go all in with this one to go for the buy. Wait, let me do the count first. 1, 2. Okay, so yeah, this is the lose round bonus for X10 for this one.
They need to win this. They need to win this to get their own point back. Not Might be so hard for the comeback. Yes, they have made 50s happen, and Darren does get picked out here. He needs his support from his teammate, runs through, uses the pillar, eats a lot of damage, slows as well. Thankfully survives by the skin of his teeth.
Can't believe it too.
Oh man, he should have gone down there. Crazy Guy was so very low as well. Aldrone tags again. Rarely see a situation where Crazy Guy does not get attacked from that Aldrone. You also see that camera coming in from Fane. It's a very aggressive one. Gives him all the information he needs from the site itself. Egoist again, dash through straight toward the area. Flash is out, but Juicy this time knows how to play the game. Waits it out, sprays through, another flash. He gets the head. Second time, pops the Empress. His teammate was there for support as we go to match point.
Oh, Juicy just holding things down.
That's the reason why his name is Juicy.
Oh man, that a lot of things that was more than just clean things that's happening in the back there with Juicy. Oh my god. And now because like I said, that was a loose round bonus, so they will still get some form of income, but it's not the best. Half armors need to commit the rifle. They need to commit as many as they can, whatever they can afford. Utilities as well.
Everyone.
There's no choice. They thought they wanted to gamble it out in the last round, using the loose round bonus, and that didn't work out because Juicy and everyone else just choked them.
Look at how aggressive Darion is. He's playing a very dangerous game. Flash out here, playing so close to the pillar. Suppression comes through. Immediately finds him out of the way. Darion for 2. They can get the Reckoning up. They do get an upgrade here. Gonna just revive his teammate once again. Null Command will be finally taken down at least for now. Fane gets one more with the Bulldog. Fane for 2. Playing out of their minds. They want to bring this home. You also have the Neural Theft as well activated. The plant does come out there. Immediately the Cove goes down. But Scary still gets Crisanya as well. There is still one more smoke to be used. It's going to clear out Halls with that Molly. A wall bag to clear it out. Tempston finds Scary and Juicy. Finds Egoist in the end. Juicy, last man standing. 1 versus 2 situation. We have seen this happen before. He takes his time. His Leer is used out. He does have the overheal. He can dismiss for the movement. Finds Fane's head. Immediately reacting. A good dismiss just to give himself a little bit of space. 5 bullets, all he has. And now he pushes out slowly but surely. 3 bullets to go. The right play. And Juicy still gets it. What an ending.
Is that enough time? No, wait. Is that enough time? Surely.
He's so close.
No! Oh my god! That round was not... Thames! You gamble enough. He juggled him. I can tell you that. Thames juggled the hell out of Juicy. He knew what needs to be done. He knew what was the score, and he done it absolutely phenomenally. But Tash, honestly, enough of that hype, right? The craziest thing I think so far was Fane. That lurk, he waited out towards that mid. He didn't show himself towards that C. No, he went towards that middle area, pick off 2 core members of Bleed.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So good. This time around, Darion not playing as aggressively as before. It was so very close as Crazy Guy finds that first pick onto Thames. Immediately, Egoist pushes Darion, punishes him for it. And here's Crazy Guy at the same time, waiting. Cove is up again. Crazy Guy will break it. And look at how aggressive Crisanya is. Crazy Guy punishes him. No judge for you. 2 smokes. Keep them out of sight. The camera will be immediately deleted. Regardless, they got C's, but Juicy, regardless of that C, still finds Fane in the end. A spray through for the defuse. It's so hard. It's still Vera against the world. But Bleed gets in the end. Crazy Guy with a 4K.
Oh my god, that was... You know, honestly, after what we saw in the last one before this one, I felt like this one was a little bit of an anticlimactic moment.
Yeah.
It felt like really watered down compared to what we saw, because
in the previous round.
Yeah, the previous round. That round was literally grand finals material, right?
Yeah.
It came down to literally 0. I think I'm pretty sure it's less than 0.2 or 0.1 seconds left. That was how insane that round was. But like I said, that round itself, really, you gotta give credit when it's due. It was literally all Fane and Thames.
It really was. Honestly, it was smart because you saw Fane put the aggressive camera and Bleed thought, okay, Fane was here. But after he dropped that camera, he did that long rotate. That is smart.
That's really great. And then, although Juicy, let's be honest, he was... there was so many highlights for that side. Like Fane and... okay, let's talk about Fane and Thames, very objective for that round. And then Juicy was just an absolute frag master. That clutch master, that guy is absolutely insane.
You know, there are some moments where you think Juicy was supposed to go down because of his dismiss, and he dismissed in the wrong place as he moves out. But then Crazy Guy was already there. The amount of trust he has on his teammates to make sure that he stays alive is phenomenal. There are rarely any situations where you're like, okay, it's out in the open. I think Juicy's gonna go down here. No, there is gonna be a trade.
You know the worst part, at least now Juicy proves a point to every other people who keep saying that, hey, you know, you should reload your gun all the time. You know, even if you lose 1 or 2 bullets. Juicy just fought that fight with just 5 rounds.
Exactly, with 5 bullets, and I was counting it. I was so worried for him because a whiff means the end. But this guy's confidence is insane. And talking about that is, again, X10 changed up their roster, their roles. Now, what do you think about that?
The thing is because like I said, I somewhat understand because without the existence of Neff, who was initially their, I guess you could say their initiator as well, something had to be changed. But not to worry, X10 has always been running like a double initiator call alongside both Neff and Thames.
Yeah, but we've seen Egoist on the Sentinel for a long time.
Exactly. So that's why I said I feel like this switch was something. I think even if Neff was still around, if Neff was still playing in this game, I still think they will still implicate something like changes like this as well, because something had to be changed. Things has been working out so well against other teams. Yes, that's great. But against Bleed, they haven't been able to find much success. So a twist, or I guess you could say a little bit trick out of their magic hat must be done. So seeing this change within their role delegation between their members is somewhat to be expected. It's just whether they're going to do it or not.
Oh yeah. Honestly, both teams played so well, and again, Bleed showing that they are still the kings of Pearl, but every time they have come together, it's been so very close. The other time was what? 15-17?
Yeah.
15-17, and now it's 13-11. No OTs, but still very, very close.
Very close indeed. And like, I think like, yes, I am coming a little bit back to the role delegation. I think Vera seems a lot more comfortable. Like, as when it comes to just popping hits, because like initially he has always been given the role where, you know, he's the one that's going to be doing the most amount.
Yes.
Creating amount of most of it. He's always in a high risk and high death positioning or suicidal positioning. But now, him being a little bit more of a backliner, supporter.
It gives him a lot more space to work
Exactly. And then he can somewhat just sort of plan on how he wants to engage in one of those fights. Yes, he still has the responsibility to set the utilities. Of course, he can't forget about that.
It's the initiator is always just getting onto the site, right?
Correct.
But I think it's also another conversation that we had before about the duelist taking a back seat onto Sentinel, onto a controller, onto an initiator. And I'm really liking the fact because it really shows like in top of fragging power, they also have the idea that util, the understanding of the util, and understanding of good gunplay at the same time.
It's pretty much something, I guess you could say it's
confidence, I guess it would be the right word.
Definitely, for sure. And I think it's somewhat similar to like what Toda did as well, where they take Aduka to be the backseat here and Frost being their main duel.
And Tense going on to a different role at the same time. Also looking very good from Sentinels. Really like seeing it, but let's have a look at the MVP here, and it's going to be Juicy.
Of course. They're like the thing is, don't even get me like started on like the ACS and everything. Just the fact that he's been absolutely shredding, clutching in those scenarios. Rounds which is not supposed to be winnable most of the time. And he still just makes that happen. I mean, yes, sir, some could be a coincidence or opportunity. And I don't blame that because sometimes, you know, when you play out among your team members, you'll be like, hey, I have faith in you, you win out that 1v1. But then Juicy just steps up and just destroys everything.
I think what's really cool about Juicy is the fact that he is the fact that he's very self-sufficient, I think would be the right word. Yes. Like the initial setups, yes, it's going to be from Crazy Guy with his recon, with the shark dart just to clear up everything. You do see the smokes come through, but despite the fact that there is that high tide, I think him playing Arena, it gives him a lot of advantage. Come through, get a pick, reposition with a dismiss. The Leer gives him so much value in terms of space, and again, you said before, tankiness.
Yeah. And I think the pick, X10 pick at the Harbor was actually a really fantastic pick.
It is a fantastic pick.
It really made things a lot more easier for them. Even putting Bleed at the back and literally forcing them to adjust and adapt to certain scenarios. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our second map so far. Bleed taking 2 points on their belt, 1 point away to winning this grand finals. But we'll only find out that concluded in map number 3 right after this break. So see you guys right after this.
Hello everyone, we are from X10 Esports. As you may know, XN Esports has previously fielded a full Thai roster in the year 2022 VCT circuit, but currently we are fielding a full Singaporean roster competing in the MYSG region, and we hope to be a force to be reckoned with in the upcoming Challenger stage. Hello everyone, I am Nev from XN Esports, and my main role for the team is to be the in-game leader for the team. So basically what my main role is, primarily give a call at the start of the round as to how I want the rounds to be played out, and the team will proceed from what I call. Additionally, I also play more of the flex agents in the team, be it the breach, KO, or perhaps a duelist if the team needs me to fill up the shoes. So moving on to Vera, he's the duelist for the team. As people may know, he's a very talented individual who is able to put a high amount of kills on the board, and his main role is to go into the bomb sites with the util that we have set up for him and try to get an entry frag. But even in the case where he is not able to get any entry frags for us, we are still able to close out the round and win the round basically. So moving on to our next player, we have Thames, who is the initiator for the team, which means he plays most of the Sova on Fate on most maps. But more importantly, his role in the team is to keep our team morale up, even when we are facing a deficit and when we are losing in some games. He's always the one cheering us on and ensuring that we always have a chance back into the game. So moving on to our next player, we have Prisenia, the role of the smoker of our team. And he's always someone that we can count on and lean back on as being a good anchor point for our team. In a sense where enemies are entering his bomb site, he's always good for the 1 or 2 kills, which always helps us and enable us to be into an advantage when we are retaking the bomb site. So lastly, we have Fane, who is playing the sentinel role for our team. So what Fane does is that he is mostly the lone wolf on the other side of the map and is always catching the opponents off guard when they're rotating off the bomb sites. As for himself as a person, actually he's a man of few words, but he's a very deadly one when he's in the zone.
I think I can only perform in Singapore server, man. I think the only way we lose is if the opponent somehow manage to convince the admin to play in Hong Kong server. I think LAN tournament will be easy for us. It's quoted by Nev, I don't think we have any notable opponents.
For us going into this tournament is to eventually become the champions of this tournament. But we should also be proud if we manage to get a podium finish amongst all the decent teams in this tournament.
destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal. They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has the call.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming and literally at the crossroads of fate, Taj. The one, literally, this third map that could have been deciding whether Blee walks away with our whopping grocery money or a potential comeback round. As we go to get map 4 or possibly even map 5, we might go the distance here. It feels like we can. But then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Len, also known as Yodeli. Joining me again, gracing us all the time is Tajmani herself.
Thank you very much. Now, this is where things get very interesting. We saw Bleed taking map number 1, I would say, in a very dominating manner. And again, another tug of war on Pearl to recap map number 2. As we go to map number 3, Fracture, you mentioned to me it's a 50% win rate for Bleed on this map.
Yes, the thing is this, right? So far, even back during the group stages or even in the upper brackets as well, they have always been banning Fracture. If no one bans Fracture, they will ban Fracture for themselves. And even back in the group stages, they played Fracture twice. One against Tola and one against another team, and it has only been a 50% win rate so far.
Yeah, honestly, when you think about it, the track record of Bleed on that map has been pretty shaky. And I'm just curious as to how exactly they would fare on this game. So let's have a look at the recap for those of you who just logged in and just came in to tune in. Bleed taking 6-13, 11-13, Haven more dominating. And remember, Haven was X10's pick.
Yes. And the thing is this, I thought initially that the way the map pick order was going to be, I thought Haven was like the redemption arc for X10.
X10, yeah.
When it was Bleeds to the pick, they of course go for the map which they're most proficient in, and that was Pearl, but it was same goes for X10, which is why we were a little bit concerned, and we were sort of breaking down like who was going to be having the upper hand. Of course, I knew Bleed was going to be the one to take it, but Fracture, I felt X10 picking Fracture was actually a map that meant to be punishing Bleed, because after doing a little bit of research, I think they could also, I guess you could say, connect the dots and understand Bleed may not like Fracture too much, and I think this is a map which something X10 also favored on. Vera loves this map.
Yeah, Vera loves this map, and you have to remember Vera also runs Neon on this map, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, I mean, he used to run Neon on I guess you could say on Pearl as well.
Oh yeah, he did.
But after the switch like that, now I'm really curious. Is there going to be a potential double duelist here?
Actually, it can work because again, Fracture does favor aggression is number 1, and number 2 is very momentum heavy. So for teams, like for both teams who are very heavy on momentum, this map can work in both favors. But the idea is who gets the momentum first will get away with it the most, because remember how many times the team gets how many rounds in a row. It's usually gonna be 4 or 5 rounds before finally it switches hands. And because of this map's very lurk heavy situation, I think that in this situation you have to give it to Darion, or even to maybe even Scary or Juicy to play a little bit more proactive in taking up that space and holding it. Now, what do you think of these lineups between the two teams?
The thing is this, I think like for X10 has always been a very utility-based team. They do love to run a lot of builds as well, but very rarely do I see double duelists unless the situation somewhat comes for it. I think
the last time I saw a double duelist was from Paper Rex.
Yes, correct. And also another team as well. But in this case, I thought maybe X10 would have taken the opportunity to actually jump towards the double duelists, because they have literally 3 players, including Vera. They can actually run the duelist role. But I guess in this case, they really just want to try to get prioritized a little bit more on those utilities, those setups, because I think that's really what is more required. And I think after what we witnessed from Pearl, how they utilize those utilities to get really nice and close on the side and fight on the side, I think it has been working out so far.
Honestly, seeing Vera back on the duelist gives me, I think what they want here is that extra firepower that Vera is able to give, that speed as well. And I think for this map, speed is of the essence. The idea is you do not want to get stuck either on main A or B. You do not want to get pincered. And you also have to figure out, there's so many entrances onto a site. It's so hard to really figure out or pinpoint where exactly do everyone want to go. So now with Vera on this duelist, will we be seeing a comeback for maybe perhaps a reverse sweep?
Ooh, I mean, there is a possibility, but then again, you do need to remember they are running this double initiative compared to Bleed, who are going actually with the double controllers. There's a lot more screen. They're going to be facing against screens, more smokes, may not, and also a couple of flashes that's going to be assisted by Crazy Guy himself. And I can tell you this, we know his fragging capabilities, but with the assisted with flashing, you're going to be seeing a lot more aggressive flash entries in the hands of Crazy Guy.
Yeah. And we know how Scary did it. We've seen Scary play on this map, and he's able to take 3 before anyone sets foot onto the site. Now, attacker's side will be X10 first. Boombot changed his mind. Does not decide to take the entrance off A because of how aggressive Bleed has pushed up. You have no clue if there is going to be someone there with ACs, with a flash, and Juicy holds onto his utils. I'm liking the fact that both teams are very disciplined and not using it too aggressively.
Definitely for sure, but here, now it begins.
Yep, the shots come out here. Immediately gonna clear out. No one getting tagged by the Prowler. As suddenly, another change of mind. X10 taking their time. Wants to really make sure they can solidify their lead with these gun rounds.
Couple of tags. Didn't spot anyone at all. And I love that. The thing is, there's really not much intel around it. All they can really do is just play around the members. See, right now, everyone's just constantly grouped up. They know the lobby is going to be heavily congested with utilities and movement. Do not want to fall prey. Falls back to play around with the choke points. And now it begins to hold.
Yep, smokes come down at the same time. Again, both teams love playing aggressive. And this is exactly it. Juicy does get tagged here by the Haunt. And that Aftershock will move him out of the way. Concussion comes through here, but they walk on top of the barbecue pit as Crazy Guy and Scary Guy with the spray downs. Crazy Guy and Scary, not Scary Guy.
Oh, they scorch and they burn. And let me tell you something, Bleed
Esports. Did he even throw out the snake bite?
No, not needed. Not even needed. The thing is this, right? Of course, Bleed, they love their steak medium rare and well done, I guess you could say. But you see, importantly on how was it positioned, Juicy somewhat understand, especially when he saw the fault line. He could back up, but he chose to stay to give info because he wants to allow or support Darren for the setup with the mollies. Yes, he did end up dying.
4 assists.
But look, how much damage he burned in that situation. Massive one.
Oh man, because you cannot really see anything. It's the smokes, it was the flashes, the concuss. You cannot tell the molly is out of the way as well. And this is a very nasty angle.
It is, and Juicy just decided to take one for the team for that round.
Yeah, really gotta give it to him. Immediately, no arcade is there. It's gonna be an A main, and JH has not moved at all. Sprays out. Fortunately, does not get a hit on any of the members of X10. This slow pace, very different to what we're usually seeing from X10, but this time around it's gonna be JH pushing up forward, gonna just trap out those nades just to buy some time. Scary, this time gonna get tagged here. Teps finds one, but Bleed get one each. Crazy Guy for 2. This man is a menace, and Vera gets a headshot onto Crazy Guy. Can he get 2? Slowly making his way. Here's one more shot. They know where exactly he is now. Another smoke to come out. Scary on. No mercy from him. Good clean round. They lost 2.
Oh, Crazy Guy. Absolutely such a menace, man. And he was literally on a frenzy, like pretty much like a shark, right? With blood's in the water, and the sharks just came rolling, and he just absolutely went to go for the tear with the frenzy in hand. I think it's been it's been a while since we see like a good frenzy spray down right in the open as well, so pretty great.
I saw one from Crazy Guy just now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Crazy Guy and Frenzy, Crazy Guy and Odin. Are you seeing this
the trend,
pattern? Yeah,
the pattern, the trend. Oh yeah. Run.
Oh yeah.
That's all I can say. Run. I still stand by my statement earlier I said to you when you asked me about it.
Boombot clears the area. We know everyone gets caught out here using the Prowler just to clear through. Immediately gonna just break that turret. Immediately, he's just gonna be tanking that damage. Look at Vera. So vulnerable. Takes the decay as well. No more shields. Ego is playing a very dangerous corner. JH gets 2. Surprisingly, one more. Kusanya is there for the recovery. Juicy. Gonna find him in the end. Crazy Guy goes down. Gets to find him in the end. It's a nice little lurk on lurk situation. Vera again. Last person left alive. And here comes the Rolling Thunder just to solidify their lead. 6 HP in the barrel. A flash as well. A double swing. 3rd round. They solidify. They also win their bonus.
Okay, let me tell you how crazy it is, right? This is a breach. He has 8 charges in his ultimate. And he's a Rolling Thunder on round 3.
Yeah. Six kills already.
And he got all the ultimate.
Farming orbs.
My God.
High risk, but high reward, right?
Like even look for Vera, like he did such a drastic measure to try to clear out that side, but finds nobody. And I understand because some risk needs to be taken for him to get some form of control, but he didn't find success. A crazy guy. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh.
Free fires are through. Bit of a tag. Vera, a little low. Door does come through, open as well. Just give a little bit more space for Crazy Guy to push through. He still gets it through the smokes at the same time. It's good on a spray down here from Crazy Guy and Darion. Firing squad shooting toward the entrance and still one more. Juicy pushes through here. Egoist trying to play a flawless round. And they win this round at the same time. 4 in a row. If it hits 5, it's going to be a problem for X10.
It's so difficult for them because like the thing is as much as you can somewhat say they have the utility to really clear out that lobby, but they really want to utilize those the fault lines, the more the flashes.
To get onto the site.
Yeah, to get on the side, not really just to clear our lobbies. Because I think right now they're at a point where they feel like, okay, if we use our utility early now, we're going to struggle to get on the site itself. So they really try to go for the pick. That's why they went for swings. And that just backfired entirely because they had the better weaponry and they just were very comfortable with those angles.
Yeah, and look at that. Juicy already farming those orbs. The showstopper is going to be massive.
It is.
By some time, they know that Fane is there. Close by, he spots on his shoulder and immediately the spray through. His teammate is there for the support as well. Crazy Guy sprays through on top of that snake by Vera. Just shoots people out of the sky. Gets the rocket fuse out of the way. Where is going to shoot? No movement from Darion at all. Darion's there at the corner. Plant does come out. Darion waiting for his teammate to come through. They can play together for the crosses. A little bit hard to drop down and get those picks here. Going to clear out the area because of this pain shell. Has to buy some time. Darion goes down. Vera, once he gets a space with only 8 bullets in the barrel. Aftershock as well, not allowing Jay onto site. We've seen clutches before from this man, but so long as they stay out of the way, it's not gonna be an issue. They know the alarm bot is there. They hear those audio cues. They hear those shots. They can just swing out if they want to. They know he is close. A quick withdraw off the bot. You want to look to your left. It's Vera getting that 4K. We just talked about it. That 5th round where things just change hands.
Finally, they found the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's just all thanks to Vera just really doing exactly what he did in round number 3, which is just literally pushing through all the damage to get to that high position. That he had the high ground and literally controlled the entire side. Despite the sky smokes, he was still at a vantage point where he can still look for hits, and it was easy. And of course, you know Vera, his second hobby is just literally, or first hobby is popping heads. So it was a very simple picking for him, but that doesn't mean he did not suffer damage before that.
Tried to play retakes and that didn't work out for Bleed. Might be needing a different way of playing. Just how you saw Juicy was the one who was farming orbs, and now this time they put Darion in charge of Dish.
It's totally fine. They're still buying enough time. They're committing with very little utility to really clear things out, but here comes the real fight. Now even Crazy Guy already got the aftershock also prepped to counter them, especially for Vera who's going to be flying through the staircase. Will sustain some damage here. And Vera, he knows, he has spider senses tingling as well, Taj. He feels that something's amiss here. So then instead of going through the main, they're going to clear out rope side first.
Crazy Guy is prepped and ready. Just waiting to pop out. Fault line, the aftershock. Clears it out, buys some more time, clears out drop at the same time as Vera. Full control of Sands, Concuss as well. Scary immediately reacting to that, finds Egoist, Satchel, someone out of the way. Scary, good for the trade. Still through Sanya. Sanya wins it in the end, he's so very low. Crazy Guy trades out. It's always a trade from Bleed. Massive. And for now, they do spot out at least 2 members there from main. The pain shell just get him out of the way, flushes him out of the corner. All they have to do is just wait for them to cross the crossfires. Or rather, the crosshairs, as Crazy Guy makes it clean. You may take 1 round away from X10, but Bleed takes it back.
I love the idea actually X10 try to wrap around the situation. They try to adjust, they understand that the main will always be congested with utilities, whether it's Snake Bite or Mollies. They try to go through Sands areas, gain some form of control. I think literally the key point, I guess you could say the key barrier for that anchor, that positioning, was the fact that Vera had to stay alive and control rope area.
Yeah.
But the fact that he got picked off, literally the rest of the squad was just boxed in.
There's also a situation where sometimes Vera's already in the site and then the utils come out and then you start seeing like, oh my god, my teammates are not close to me at all. They can't trade.
That's why he went for the sands instead of going through main. He said, okay, guys, you guys go through main. I'll try to clear things out, create the space needed. If he had stayed alive and keep them more in check, I think he actually will ball them back towards the other entrance.
Look at crazy guys' frags right now.
He's 11-2. and this is what I was worried about, right? When you give such a frag, like a frag meister of a guy like Crazy Guy or even Juicy, like the ability to be able to self-flash, you will elevate his aggressiveness, his entries a lot more better. That's why I'm like, when I first heard Yoru came out, a first duelist with a flash, I already knew the destruction that's gonna happen. But thank God he was not as mobile as Raze and Jet. Can you imagine Raze or Jet having a flash?
Oh no. Next moment, one moment she's over there, next moment you're being knifed in the face. Regardless, I think for Crazy Guy, what's great about him on this agent, on this initiator, is the fact that he can be very self-sufficient. He can be very aggressive if he wants to and play off his own utils.
Yes.
And that's exactly the reason why it's so great to have him there. As we move into round number 7 again, this time Scary will be in charge of farming this orb. He already has the Viper's Pit. He has full control of the area if he wants to. And remember, every time Scary pops his ult, it's never in the beginning. Flashes out, immediately takes out the turret at the same time. Juicy pushing out from Arcade. Full control of the other end of the spectrum, or rather the other end of the map. They hear those pops, taking that ultimate. You also hear the Nightfall come through. Sprays are out at the same time. Scary, huge, moving and reacting to that snake bite. The pain shells does find him in the end, but he has done his job. Going for the plants, rolling thunder, just to equalize the situation. Give them a lot of space. JH walks through that tripwire. Sprays come out. Darren does trade him in the end. Fane! Let's get a headshot to the head. JC 4-2. Still one more person to worry about. It's gonna be somewhat at top and the bottom, but so clean and well done as Juicy and Crazy Guy. Very aware, game sense on high.
You know, the worst part, earlier into the round, you saw both Juicy, Crazy Guy, and Darren did a very aggressive push from arcade area as they really want to try to clear things out. And the fact that they clear all the way to Dish, instantly told the whole team, all right guys, it's definitely going to be A. And what's even worse was the reposition of their agents. Because this time now they have both the Viper and the Killjoy being positioned towards an A side. That's a lot of vulnerability and stacked on top of Nanostorm. You got to do insane amount of damage.
Yeah. It's honestly so good. I was a bit concerned about the retakes because it's always been a problem. And this is a new problem for XN. Fane picked off so early. And it feels like Fane has been pushed out and pincered in that area so many times. Snakebite and the wall, not doing that any favors. Vera already on the side. Vera needs to stay alive here, but Scary does find Crisania in the end. No more smoke. Scary with only 8 HP left has to give up this position and the smoke. 3 members of Bleed here on drop. With no smokes left to use, it's gonna be a bit of a problem just to hold on to the area. Aftershock buys him some time, and immediately the Boombot gets cleared out. Vera playing a very close, aggressive angle. Immediately just gonna clear your corners. Does not happen. Vera for one more shot from above by Darion. Not before gets 3. Clean round, but a bit too close for comfort.
The problem was they got hurt so much before even getting to secure those rounds themselves. Yes, you get the spikes by that, that's great. You get some cash credits back.
Look at him smiling.
Yeah.
He is feeling himself.
The momentum in the moment right now is on an absolute high. I think like ever since the first 2 maps, Crazy Guy has been on an absolute tear. An unfortunate situation for Fane, but he didn't really anticipate such aggression coming off in the side in the first place, because they weren't really positioned around Arcade. Like, especially for XM wasn't positioned around Arcade at all. So they didn't know that the round before that, they were already aggressively pushing forward. Hence why Fane ended up in a spot in a crossfire and losing his life, unfortunately. But I think now they'll know, maybe.
Yeah, this time they're changing up the way they play.
Oh my god.
Arcade this time, not Dish. But look at Scary this time, immediately popping that Viper's Pit just now straight onto main. Not allowing any entry, at least from that area, but so long as they can push up toward the area of Arcade into tower might be a whole different story. Nades up into the area, does not even use that smoke, and JH reacts, and here comes the lockpick. A lockdown at the same time, pushes up Crisania with that stinger. Very high damage, just break it, no problem, gets a little bit of an upgrade as well. Scary, still playing at the pit. Let's take down the toxin screen, leaves a little bit of smoke. He is nowhere inside of the site. Gonna choose to wait for his teammates instead. Bleed. They have full control of the area. They can see everything because the Viper's pit is not on there. Crazy guy already doing what he does best with the multi-frags. Temps does take him down. Darren will the trade with Egoist inside of tower. 1 versus 2 situation. Juicy goes down, equalizes it. 16 HP left. He does have the Rolling Thunder. We know that Scary does know that he is near arcade. Rolling Thunder is there, rushes up forward. He's not looking at the right direction. As Egoist brings it back.
And the thing is, I don't blame Scary at all, because like in that scenario, he only had 2 choices. One, to watch where the spike is gonna be, or watch another flank. And the thing is the spike isn't really in eye view. It's just like more like the tip of the corner from his point of view. So he was just at the fact that, okay, maybe if I just had to see if the spike is being picked up, I can at least try to go for the swing or choke him down. But in the end, our friend Egoist decided to go for the long about, and that just paid dividends. And then that was on the Rolling Thunder on top of that. So
I think because he ran back, so they heard the footsteps as well. So a good game of smoke and mirrors from both teams. Aggressive push from the Prowler, spots out Juicy. They know exactly where he is. Immediately, 2 utils used. They hear the pain shells as well just to buy some time. Flash at the same time. Haunt does take out one more. Juicy pops out that showstopper. Gets no one, unfortunately. Yeah, barely anything as Temp swings out here. Does not expect more to be there. Neural theft as well. Gonna give all the information they need. Every single member of Bleed has been spotted out. Sky smokes. Vera already on the side. Crazy guy at the very bottom. Look above is where the pain is going to come through here, as Darren does get a barbecue kill. At the very least, as a consolation prize. Vayne, playing inside the cages, has full control of the area. They do spot out JH all alone. Scary does find Vera in the end as Vayne. Good hold of the corner. Scary all alone. 1v3 might be a tall mountain to climb. They spotted out because of that spy cam. They're pushing in from door. They can just go a surprise push from that area. Vayne, clean pick.
Good, really good attempt coming from Juicy as well. Like, and just really, I guess a little bit of a miscalculation of the fact that Egoist survived with 2 HP.
Yeah, man.
From a showstopper. I mean, okay, yeah, he was someone
at that. Stepped back.
Slightly enough.
Slightly enough.
But I think that, and the worst part about it was that, like, there wasn't really enough, because I think just in terms of utility placement, this Killjoy wasn't really positioned there. So there was no snake bias or anything to really melt down majority of the members. And they had just full confidence. Vera flew in, he gave the call, nothing is here. And he had the high ground vantage point. Everything was just smooth sailing from there.
Oh, yeah. Immediately fast push onto the B side, rushing through here. Vera fears nothing in the decay. He still holds down, and the wall bang onto the box finds Vera. Egoist as well goes down. It's a nice little cross from JH as well as his teammate. Love to see it as Temps fully punished for his aggressive push into the site. Vayne, final person left alive, does have the cage to give him a little bit of space to move. Take some damage from the pain shells as well. It's gonna be very hard. He can either go for the save, but I think he tries to go for those picks at least to buy some time. But look at Bleed, did not at least show themselves. Nice little push through the smoke. Good swing.
Well, you know, moral of the story, don't run through Vipers and Killjoy's utilities, man.
I think he tried to tank it to plant it. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna stick it.
Yeah, because like he did get damaged initially, but he was still fine. He was in cover of Sky's Spot because their plan was just the plan for main and just fall back. But because of where JH was standing, and he heard the spike going down, and his whole area, he had visual of 70% of the area except that one corner.
Yeah,
that was easy picking for him. There was no question about it.
Yeah, on top of that, there was also the snake bite as well thrown out by his teammate. Gives so much value in terms of support at the same time. He doesn't have to worry too much. Same execution this time, but this time they're going straight inside of the top side of the areas. Vera and Vayne goes down. Just a small little reposition from these two players, but this time around JH does get punished. The sprays through the smoke. He walked straight to the bullets that were just thrown on the side. And now this quiet is just gonna put a sense of discontentment onto the members of Bleed. Do we want to rotate? Do we want to hold? Is the question, but no deterrence because look at where exactly Juicy was. Juicy was all the way on A main. They know exactly they're going to come through. Clears out boxes with the aftershock. Scary still waiting. A nice little barbecue buffet onto main at the same time. They have no chance at all to even step foot onto the side. Visanya got one more. Scary for 3. The usage of the Viper wall is just so beautiful.
Oh my god. Okay, besides the pickers, right, do you know how amazing it is that the fact that they actually readjusted themselves? Because usually they actually set up the toxic screen earlier. This time Scary decides to hide himself first. He didn't set up the toxic screen first. He kept it back a little bit. Vera flew in, and the thing is because they did set up the toxic screen, they already adjusted, okay, if there's no screen, Vera might fly in. They played at the back of side. Vera flew in, couldn't find nobody. Then after that's when they went for the swing.
Look at that.
Once they got the idea that Vera is dead and Fane as well, no intel, no more entry. They have to walk in. That's where Scary set up the toxic screen, and then the rest is history.
You know what? That is really genius.
There's no way for them to get any intel except for the Horn, but the Horn was destroyed.
Yeah. At least they have some idea, some semblance where they are, but not exactly where their prediction is going to be. And I think we've seen the same play done again from Scary, holding on the stair area, just swinging out with his util. And again, Fane, this time around with the sprays, immediately Juicy reacts so beautifully. Nice trade from Scary at the same time. This time around, still holding on to his poison orb. He's playing a little bit more aggressively toward the front this time. They know exactly where they are. They see all those utils come through. His toxin screen finally up. He's going to do the same playbook again. You push out from his toxin screen, that decay will give him all the value in the world just to get those sprays. But look at where the spike is going.
So much deception. and they don't know about it. Scary's not moving.
That's so fast!
No, the thing is, the minute the spike goes down, they'll immediately turn back, and they will. And Scary's gonna take the opportunity to go for that swing.
Oh, they know that he's there immediately. They took up so much space there onto spawn. Immediately, his area of control is gone. Temps clearing out the site. Then, with the rotates come through, he's so very low, gets that flash onto site. 88 HP. Scary does find Vera in the end. Some firepower extinguished. It is planted for main. At least have some semblance of idea where they are. A flash to come through here and a little pop and swing. Darion gets Egoist in the end. 33 HP left. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna peek this?
Oh my
Darion
god.
did try. He gets hit in the head. And all they have to do is just waste time. And that's not Scary. He's not gonna allow that. It's just ended right now.
Oh man. As he was just slowly allowing that 1v1 scenario. This unfortunately time was not on their side. Weapons as well, unfortunately, for that one. But let's be honest, Tosh. Bleed is almost on the precipice of showing us how to be a really fantastic attacker.
Real. I have to agree. The fact is, like, we questioned just now their proficiency on this map. And they're showing us that despite their losses, despite them not coming through before this, they have learned so much.
And the worst part, I did mention as well that this could be a Punisher map for X. Like X10 picking this map might be a Punisher map for Bleed. I feel like this is the part where I'm going to start eating back my words after this.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure if Legia was in front of me, he's going to like crush a paper and be like, Leonard, just swallow this. This is what you get for talking things about us.
I like how we've sort of turned Legia into this very scary person.
Oh, he's not very scary. He's a very nice guy, but he's very stern when it comes down to business.
There's a reason why he's one of the best coaches so far. He's had a lot of years under his belt. And Juicy immediately letting it rip, starting it off with those pain shells and immediately blowing it up with a flash at the same time. Juicy, all the space in the world to work here as he sprays down Fane. This is my turf and how dare you swing me? Still taking their time here after shock just to clear out this other corner. Sprays come up from Crisenia. This time not good for 2. Darion not allowing that to happen. Vera gets 1 at the same time. Darion, Egoist for 2. Egoist really stepping up, gets a nice little upgrade. It's a 1 versus 1 situation. And Egoist shows us why he's still the best, at least for this round.
Oh, the buy. The buys with the stingers really pulled through for them for that one. And it was a bit quite costly for Bleed as well. And that's going to send them right back to Eco. I can't, like, the thing is, it got so close because it looked so good at one point, and it really came down to that just 1v3 scenario.
Yeah.
Ego is just really able to land those shots. I think if he didn't really get those two, like that, the initial 2K at the tower, I think it's going to be a whole different story.
Ego is just really stepping up right now. He wants to make sure that they can at least bring this back.
I just wish he had more self-esteem.
What?
He always keeps saying like, guys.
He's just a humble guy, you know, a humble sentinel.
Too humble. I feel like he should flex it out, you know. Live up to his name. He's egoist for a reason, you know.
Yeah, man. You don't name yourself egoist. You gotta play humble, bro. It should be humblest. Oh man, look, coming into this game again. Very quiet push again from Bleed. I think that for them, I think they figured out that coming in from here, from Arcade, has been working out pretty good. It's just they haven't really solidified it.
The thing, and the thing is, I don't think they somewhat expected the spray control coming from Egos with the Stinger as well. For the last round,
especially when it's close range, right? Stinger gets a lot of value, honestly. Oh, they went through underpass.
Pretty cheap too.
Yeah, well, not anymore. I mean, they got price.
Yeah, they got but you know, people still buy it anyway.
I mean, I feel like even throughout lock-in, people were still picking the Stinger over the Spectre, and I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Because of the range.
It'll be nice slow and pace, but here comes the utilities.
Oh, that's fast.
30 seconds left.
Immediately, explosive play, but it's only Fane there to spray out onto Scary, drops the spike. They did get it back. Another pick onto Crazy Guy at the same time. These are all just sprays. They know exactly where they are. Not a great situation there. They do know that Bleed is at a gun deficit. Really clean round at the same time. Start to see them start to get so excited from X10.
Oh yeah, because like you know, sometimes you gotta really hype yourself up.
You're like, yes, man.
You must remember they did come out from the first half, which was a 9-3 scoreline. Now we're looking at 10-5. They're slowly making strides forward as they slowly gain more ground, more controls, and the ultimates as well. My God, isn't this just round 4 on the second half? There's already an orbital and a showstopper?
I've been farming orbs. That's the reason why they go through Dish and Arcade.
You know, there's like only 2 orbs that like...
It's true. When you just really funnel those orbs to one person, it's going to be a whole different story. This time, look at how exactly Scary has placed that wall. Gives them so much control of the area of main. And you don't want to be pincered. And look how separated the members of X10 are.
Which is fine for them to play default, but wow, what an entry as well. Tabs want to make the plays.
Scary right now, but Fade with the huge pick onto Juicy. So 1-for-1 at least for both teams. Scary did take some damage from the initial push. This time around, they're gonna do another U-turn.
You know the worst part about it?
What?
Despite all these trades, the one who used the most utilities was just X10 the entire time.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Not much was actually expended on the side of Bleed. They did lose Juicy, unfortunately. That's a loss of such a powerhouse, as not in fragging, but even with the showstopper to really clear out the side. But it's still going to be fine.
They're still Darion with the orbital strike.
Oh yeah, but they just don't have that mobility. But they have a lot of utilities.
Oh, Vera, this is a very dangerous corner to work with. Do not dry peek is the question, and they immediately spot him up. So very well done. Immediately JH coming from top there. Vera does not miss that. Orbital strike will clear him out. He just goes through the door, hoping to pincer them. But look at that. Immediately Bleed is already on the side. Vera! Someone walks into his crosshair. Darion and Scary with the band-aid situation does get 2-3 for Scary. 1 more to worry about. Pisanya gets 1 more. Pisanya for 2! Saves the day.
Oh my lord! Everything felt like it was falling apart, and then Ksania waving the flags of victory to bring them back. My God. It was so...
Too close.
It was so close, yes. It was so close. Because that round was no longer dependent on utilities anymore, because everything has been expanded. It just really came down to who was able to get those picks, who was able to win out those gunfights. And in particular, Bleed made it a little bit more costly, since they did also expand the orbital strike. They did lose Juicy relatively early, so he wasn't really present. But I guess you can say, in terms of price losses, Bleed did suffer a little bit. But in terms of damage, I think Bleed actually managed to do quite substantial, since they only went into the side with just 4 members.
It's true. And look at that, Temps already. Nightfall, you have the orbital strike as well as a showstopper to come through, push out there, Juicy, the aggression. They do have the Viper's Pit to be expended at the same time. Not going to be using their utils just yet. Sprays out. No hits. Gonna use that pain shells just to buy some time. Get that space back. Juicy is so very low. He ate up so much damage. Needed shots there onto Vera. Crazy Guy not able to respond. No answer. Here comes the showstopper at the same time. You don't want to be there. Oh, goes down. But surprisingly, here's Fane. Great sense. Knows exactly where Bleed is going to be. That's only Scary to worry about. And Scary, no shields, only a Guardian. And we've seen situations where he's able to tap 2 to 3 people at the same time. But the pincer is coming through. 3 coming in from the other side, from main. He hears their footsteps. They know exactly where he is. He taps 1. Is he going to go for 2? Not quite. The comp cut is just too much.
Oh, thank God they actually also they swing together at the same time and not allowing that 1v1 scenario as well. So really well done from X10. I think at the same time, I think Bleed right after they lost Juicy. They lost Juicy and one other member. I think it really just came down to just how much utilities, how much players they can actually burn out in the last round. And I think they really tried to attempt it, and I think they did a good job. Vera, although yes, I won't say forcing Vera to use the ultimate isn't really burning out utilities, because so far Vera has been
he gets value from it.
Yeah, he gets value from it, and he's been recycling that ultimate relatively fast as well. And don't get me started on the frags. He's literally top fragging his side.
He's doing so well. I think honestly, him and Julius is just technically breathing right now. It's a role that he's very, very familiar with. Whether or not he wants to play a different role is a different story. But right now, Juicy finds that camera, takes it out. The wall bang comes through, clearing out the area. Here comes the Rolling Thunder at the same time. Here comes the Showstopper as well immediately. Where are you going to pop it? No one is showing themselves at all. Scary coming in from Arcade, has all the value in the world, does throw it out. Does get a little bit of a tag. Orbital Strike just to buy some time. They do see the Viper's Pit expanded here, and it's suddenly so hard to get onto the site. Juicy playing by the walls. Does get smoked out, at least with the Prowler. Nightfall as well being used, and everyone has been marked. Darion, huge pick onto Vera as Juicy trying to find a way onto the site. They can't see, they can't hear. Marked and decayed. It's a very, very concerning situation, but he does spot out Crisania. Another aftershock to come through. Fault line rather. Crazy Guy for one more before Juicy finishes it off. Beautifully done, and finally Bleed finds the answer.
It's so amazing like how they actually really position themselves for the pulse fight, but even from the entry itself, how quick they actually adjust from the initial pass intel from the previous round. Like for example, the literally the spy cam placement, right? The reason why the initial 2 rounds they suffered when they actually engaging on that B side was because of that spy cam placement. They really didn't have a firm idea where it was actually going to be. And then only eventually when they found it out, they clear it, then they really engage to the side. Although yes, they did expend a lot of utilities, but it was much needed. They need to stimulate back that economy back in their favor here.
Yeah, not just the economy, but also the momentum. But that mindset, getting how many rounds in a row, it's just so phenomenal for them. And this time, they need a match point.
Yeah, and exactly. And I love the fact that because they were holding those angles so strongly, so just now when we saw Vera, when he did the blast back, he was so confident that he's going to fly up instead through the Viper Pit.
Oh yeah, that was really smart, honestly, when you think about it. But because of that Viper's Pit, it gave them a lot of pressure, honestly. Considering how many utilities were thrown out. Even like he tried to pop that ultimate. Where was he going to go? He's already on the site, but no one's showing themselves.
It literally locked out 2 areas from mid and arcade as well. Exactly. So it was so difficult.
It was. Again, 53 seconds. It's very reminiscent to what we saw from Bleed earlier in their career, at least for year 2, where it's always a very slow start and 30 seconds explosive play. It feels like they've really refined how exactly they do that take. Regardless, fast once again. Using the paint shells to clear out towers. Immediately, gonna find their way onto the site. Clears it out. Aftershock just to push them back one more time. Still satchels on Juicy's hand. Flashes does not deter Crisania at all. Fane holding in those angles. He does not miss. He gets 1, gets 2. Crisania gets 3, but not before Darion gets 1 more. They know exactly where Darion is. He's still holding down the line, at least holding the area of towers. Smokes to come through, give him time. I'm not sure if he is aware of the reposition from Crisania. He is he does have the spike here. JH is close. They do hear where he is. They hear all the information, but saves might have been the better idea as they try to bring as much gens as possible into the last round.
Definitely for sure, because it was not even a lose round bonus as well. So especially when you lose 3 members just like that, you kind of and there is an opportunity for them to go for the full buy for the next one.
Good util usage from X10 as well. I mean, the idea was, I think the idea for Bleed was to run through tower and straight onto the site, but it's such a choke. So X10 really knew how to answer that.
The crucial one was actually just Fein. I think Fein just really anchored down by himself. 3 players swing on him at the same time. I mean, yes, they did get concussed, but dang, he still made it work.
I mean, you have to really give it to Fein. Like, his holds have been very strong. When he puts his crosshair there, it does not move.
Yes.
Again, Juicy takes out that cam, gives a lot of breathing space for his teammates, denying any information or intel.
Spots no one. A little bit more of a slower pace as usual because I want to see what is the news. Because I think X10 has been trying not to short itself, not allowing like dry pick battle. And they have also been repositioning themselves, so it's a little bit difficult for them to know who is standing where. But now the fact that they know like, okay, we spot the spy cam still on B, there's going to be a cypher just there. We're not gonna, and definitely when there's a cypher, there might be a breach nearby. But look at the rotation.
Yeah.
Didn't waste any time at all.
Love that. Just know how to read how exactly they're going to play. They get rid of that trip over there. It's going to be
my God.
barbecue attempts. Shoots him out from the side of drop. Regardless of the decay, they still gonna push out. Here's Vera holding in the corner. The top side finds Juicy. Great reaction time. JH with the cross. Nicely done, saves his teammates. They have full control of the side. Darren gets one more. The aftershock does nothing. Scary does go down eventually to Crisania. Another molly just to buy and zone some time. Plant does go through, has to reposition. It's a bit of damage, but does deny. Wall bangs to find Darion. Doesn't quite take him down. Reposition. They know where Crisania is. Hard for them to just come and take a side from Sand as well as main. That Molly will make him push from a different angle. Egoist is also very low, coming in from 2 different angles. But the bottom side, Darren does get him. They know that he's on heaven at least. Flash as well. Crisania, what are you gonna do when 3 gun barrels are your way? Nothing.
Oh my lord. I love the positioning coming from X10 as well. They somewhat adjusted on exactly where they're going to be landing. Just unfortunately enough because there was just the right amount of utility to keep them back and isolate a lot of those members. Thames was the first one, unfortunately, for the orbital strike. And then Vera, he was actually hoping to get assistance from Crisania, but that Sky Smoke and then Flash forced them back to spawn. And Vera was just all alone. He did manage to get a nice pickup on Juicy, but other than that, he was just a little bit of a sitting duck. Then, towards the end, a quick rotation from Crisania to have this 2-man stack, right? But unfortunately, they couldn't get the pick.
That momentum we talked about again. Again, starting to feel themselves. Aggressive pushes forward there. Scary does immediately find Fade. Juicy has not moved, but Crisania does know it's there. Rolling Thunder to come through at the same time. We also see the lockdown come through. JH and Scary responds to the 2 picks from X10. No moment yet. Crisania, sorry, Vera. Pushing it from the other side. They know that he's there. They know that there are people here holding behind the poison orb. This aggression will not be tolerated, but rather with 2 people dead, brings it back home. What a beautiful play.
Oh my lord. Wow. Just wow. One would not expect that, but then again, there was so much conflict happening from that very state itself. My God. Really well. Kudos to Thames, really. That positioning to really get those picks. 1v2, he really clutched it out. And the thing is, it's like, I love that the fact that there was a lot, there really wasn't much intel, except that the fact that who was the last person that killed them. And that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
So, oh, but then again, Tash, this is still match point though.
It is.
The one who has set the most dominance is going to be the one walking away with this one.
We saw the dominance come through from X10 just now. And they really tried to make something happen, really aggressive, and it worked out in their favor. At least stopped the momentum from Bleed for a little while. Cages set up. Full control of tower, but not the site. They do find it in the end, and Crazy Guy punishes Fade for playing that aggressively. Darion mollying the area. Gonna take away that space from X10. Plant comes through.
They don't know.
Showstopper is there. Crisania holding on the corner. He has a little bit of a gun, sprays out. Beautiful play with the Guardian. Also, the Orbitals trying to come through. Crisenia does find Juicy in the end. Vera, 25 HP left. Crazy Guy also quite low. The pop out of the utils is there, and we know that Crazy Guy does have some lineups prepared. Satchel is through. They are going to be diffusing. Pros don't pick, or do they? The smokes is not helping them at all. Crazy Guy does find one in the end of the day. Vera, 25 HP. What are you going to do? Do or die situation. Can you clutch this is the question. With only 3 to go. Goes down in the end. Both die. But Bleed take the round, the game, and the series.
Oh, JH says, all right, Patience, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. And he ran down swinging hard. Bleed Esports, ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion for the VCL MYSG Split 1. My God, what a series.
What a series.
Oh, my God.
From a dominating win to a very close, I would say, the battle of the crown for Pearl, and finally, I would say a comeback era on Fracture. Bleed showing us that every time they make a mistake, they learn and come back stronger. A 3-0, a very dominating performance.
Yeah, man, it was. Quite a roller coaster of feelings here that we
had a lot of feelings. I was hitting you.
Yeah, you were hitting me, and I'm just like, oh my God, girl, stop hitting me.
Because it was just so intense. Every single round, every single clutch.
There was many moments where we almost reached the precipice of certain things, like whether it would be the D format or D composition. Then suddenly out of the blue, whether it's Bleed or X10, just suddenly surprised and just say like, nope, that's not gonna happen. We saw individual skill play. We see great composition utilization, the synergy between those composition. And then we saw really clean footwork being made by certain players. Body system was absolutely solid.
Yeah.
And don't even get me started on certain reads. My God, the repositioning, absolutely fantastic.
It feels like a lot of the reads from both teams were good. How exactly each team were to react to whenever there's no information or intel given. There are rotates coming through. On top of that, understanding that a fake might happen. And the thing is, we did see X10 try to condition Bleed many, many times. We're doing the same thing over and over again. But Bleed was not deterred.
Wow, it's just... every single round was an absolute bliss for me because like, we just do see teams, right? It's like rarely do we see a team where just suddenly, whether it's just full frag out or fully utility based, but between these two sides, it's literally just exactly how VALORANT was supposed to be.
Yeah, and I also really like the fact of how exactly each team was baiting or using those utils. You started to see X10 shift the way they use their utils from so early to much later, very similar to Bleed, and using those utils to not only to punish them from taking up that space. There is that reposition coming in from Bleed, but the fact is, at the end of every single round, when it's a clutch moment, a 2 versus 1 or a 2 versus 3, when all of the utils are out of the way, the good, clean reads and those aim jewels, it came down to that.
Pretty much like the icing of the cake, you know, when you're building up towards that station or to that very stage of that podium of victory. It's really fantastic. And the thing is, we don't really talk too much about it. We just mention it once in a while.
Yeah.
But like things like adjustments, adapting, right? It may not be very visible, or may not be very obvious. But once you actually see and just notice these very small things, you'll be like, wow, that's actually how much it actually impacts the round. Whether it's just like picking your spy cans or just denying certain intels or getting a little bit more control or off-angle positioning. It really changes how the pacing between all the teams. Like sometimes it stops the momentum in the tracks, it slows things down, or sometimes it just kills it entirely.
Yeah, but looking at the post-game...
17 first kill.
Yes, 17.
Wow.
Honestly, are you surprised at this point how fast they react, especially when you have Fane trying to lurk, and they punish him over and over again for that?
The thing is I don't even know like the majority of the first kills came when they were on the defending side first or straight on the attacking
both.
side.
Literally both, I have to say. It's usually, in this situation, when they were playing defense, Fane was a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit more safe because he was just playing one side, playing a little bit more deep in the side and safe. When it was on the attacking side is when we start seeing those first picks happen because Bleed like to play so aggressive, just pick one off and then just leave the area.
the thing is, it's like when you want to try being a lurker in a map like Fracture as well, your areas are relatively limited. Like you can do flanking maneuvers, but then again, that just means that your initial entry or the person who's starting out the fight has to give enough of a presence or show enough of a threat to be that diversion, to be that main focus of everyone else, allowing that flank maneuver to be successful. I think what Fein tried to do in the round was trying to be that diversion, or at least try to get a nice pickup to put that matter of concern, saying like, hey, you know, someone's actually flanking us from this back end, or he can control this area. But sadly, they just couldn't find that picking because their line of sight, their crosshair was just so clean and so on point.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary once again, taking the MVP title. Honest to God, I have to say, this guy, the reason why he's called Scary with an S, with an extra S, is so scary, actually. The fact that he is able to not only just control, I would say, a site, and how exactly he uses his utils is number one. And number two, how exactly he uses his utils on attacking side. Because if you see them get a site, you see them get the plant, and you see Scary pushing out already toward the spawn side. And I think what's really scary about that is the fact that because you have so much space in your control, X10 cannot come in at all.
And I think this is one of the beauties of a controller or initiator player, right? You just somewhat known when is the timing to push in. Even like just taking into account of the timing in the round, and then you just have to feel like, okay, if I was in their team, when will I be jumping in? When will be the right prominent time? And when scary players are scary, or good controller players that we have in MYSG, when they understand this, they just figure out like, okay, I just know when to actually counter utility, really make it hurt, really make it hard. I don't know how many times Vera had to deal with like, not just from our controllers, like even from our Sentinel players. How many times Vera and the rest of the squad just gets delayed just from one simple nice timing. Vera gets so isolated, he gets a nice entry, but he gets so isolated from the rest of his group, and it's just like, oh my god.
I mean, Vera does get those picks though, despite the fact that he is separated. But let's ask a little bit more from Legia as to what exactly is going on with his team. Legia, once again, we meet on the desk. What's up, my friend?
Hey, Legia.
Hello. How are you guys?
We're doing good.
I mean, I'm having fun, man.
Yeah,
come on.
Good game. All right, we have a lot to ask you. So starting off with today, going into X10, what was the mindset that you have? What exactly were you thinking?
I mean, first of all, I was upset that they couldn't play with the full roster. I think they would have put up a much better fight. But we still we talked about it and said we still have to give it our all. We should not take it easy. So, but yeah, unfortunately they couldn't play with the proper full roster, and I knew that it's gonna be quite an easy game. So yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it makes a big difference if you have one player not playing. Like, it changes everything. They had to change roles, and you also noticed. I don't think even they tried really that hard, since they played their Sentinel, played Duelist, and so I don't know.
Yeah.
Vera playing Smoke apparently.
Well, I mean, which is why we mentioned that it did somewhat hurt as well, especially since Neff, who was the original IGL, that was not being present in this grand finals as well. But but of course, I do have one question to you, right? Because we've been talking about versatility and certain players able to play multiple roles and multiple ages. To you, or currently at the state of Bleed Esports, right? Or the current roster as it is, right? How important is it to you that a team is able to be just as versatile or able to play multiple roles here? Or are you the kind of person where you just want everyone to just dictate to the current role they were given?
No, I think it's important that you are comfortable on different agents, and also for the team to have different lineups, I would say. The thing is, it's hard for teams whenever you play something unethical, I would say. It's hard for them to adapt, and it will take them a few rounds first until they realize what's the game plan really, how do we counter it, what are they trying to do. So I think it makes a big difference. But yeah, we also, for now, I think right now for this split we played a little bit more comfort zone, but in future I think we will show more different lineups in our team, I would say.
Okay, so I have another question. Let's talk about Pearl. So Pearl, I mean, the first time you guys met X10 on Pearl, you guys mowed them down. And then after that, it was overtimes. And now it was very, very close. What's your opinion on X10 on Pearl?
I think they're individually strong, and also I think they do a very good job at taking B-long control when they're on the attack side. So it's kind of hard for our operator to actually get picks there, which is, I think, the strength of Harbor in general. But yeah, I think they do a good job. I think the Harbor is a little bit pain for us, I guess. So yeah, and they play decent post-plan situations, I would say. But also we made also crucial mistakes because we knew that if we would have played retake much more earlier, like way earlier in the game, I think it would have been a much easier game for us because they don't have any utility to play post plan. So if we just save our util, let them use everything they have to get the site, and then we 5v5 retake, I think they wouldn't stand a chance. But that's also my fault. I should have called the timeout and just said that. But a crazy guy adapted in the game, so it was fine.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he really was living up to his name and for his in-game name for that round for sure. Okay, so
yeah, he played amazing.
Yeah, man, he's absolutely insane. I mean, keep it, man. Like, fantastic job, man.
I will, trust me.
No, but okay, so this is going to be the final question for my end. I think Tash has one more, but I'm going to say for my end, because with this new current roster, I believe you definitely did some trials and error before you get to split one as well. What is currently the next big plan here? There is because as you know, there is this timeline for VALORANT this year as well. There going to be any future changes, certain comms, or everything's just going to be as it is for now?
No, we're for sure gonna stick and just focus on split 2. We will now everybody have 5 days off, 6 days off, and then we go straight back into practice and prepare for split 2. And yeah, nothing but winning split and making it to Ascension is the goal. We have to make it. That's everything else will be just a disappointment for us, I would say, especially for myself. I can't speak for the others, but I'm assuming so. So yeah. We really want to make it to the franchise league. 100%.
Yeah, we'd love to see you up there, especially seeing that, you want to see Scary meet up with his former teammates up there, Talent Esports. Final question from me, it's going to be a fun one. Out of all the players in the team, which player sleeps the loudest?
Juicy.
No!
Juicy 100%.
I mean, yeah. can you blame him? He's pretty loud in games. I wouldn't be surprised if he's loud in bed.
Alright,
the thing is, we have 2 people who have to share the room, and we have a bunk room here in the house. When the players come over for bootcamps and stuff, so wherever Tyler is, Juicy, nobody wants to be there. So we try to put him always somewhere in the corner.
Poor Juicy.
He's the loudest.
Poor guy.
I think he likes having the room to himself.
Yeah, but now everyone online knows that he's a loud sleeper.
Oh yeah, but yeah, thank you so much, Lagia, for sharing all that. Good luck for the future, guys. And hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care, guys.
Wow.
It's
juicy, huh?
Really great stuff. But you see, at least that now sort of clear my suspicion about regarding the Harbor pick here, because that really slowed things down a lot.
We saw that Harbor pick for DRX when they played Pearl before. So and I think XXN was also the team that brought Harbor into Icebox before. So I think that for XXN, the idea that they are adapting and following what they've seen in high-level play is something to be praised.
Definitely, for sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final. Do take a screenshot, do take a final look, because this was the story that was being made here at the VCL MYSG Split 1, starting from the very beginning. Honestly, except for that one loss in the group stage, Bleed almost had 100% win rate.
Oh yeah, that loss was surprising.
But if you look at playoffs alone, then yes, a playoffs is 100% win rate. But if you're counting with the group stages, it won't be 100%.
I feel like we had such an interesting group stage. It was like a shock, a surprise. We had moments
because everything was new, right?
Everything was new. People didn't know each other. And of course, we also had those moments where experiments were going to happen because it was a round robin.
Yeah, and the thing is, we knew some of the old players. We knew some of don't call them old. It feels bad.
A veteran.
We knew some of the experienced and veteran player who has been here in the VCT for the past 2 years or 3 years of VALORANT ever since it first came out. Then we have new players coming into the light. Zan was, I think, one of the few prominent young talent that came in this year,
He's
Zen.
a protege.
Like, seriously, yeah, Zen, he started rough. He didn't really get an opportunity to get to like an actual group stage. And then when he was given an opportunity by Enigma, I think that was a fantastic pick.
It was a very fantastic pick, and I'm really excited to see more organizations invest into this region. I'm Tashmin alongside Yolali. It's been a pleasure to cast for you guys. Hopefully we'll see you guys on the relegation soon, and we'll see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Catch them. No. One enemy remaining. My ult's ready. One enemy remaining. Cutting their vision. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
In the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor close to the goal. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor close to the goal. It takes a lot to be the best.